Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, October the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. The two yeses means you can hear me and you can see my screen. So I've had a bit of a rocky morning. I got on the wrong side of tried to short AVIR twice, lost both times before I flipped the script and went long and made it all back and a little bit more. The AVIR, look at the drop it had from 40 down to 10, actually got even underneath 10, and negative results for their COVID trial testing. And so I hope nobody was holding this one. I mean, look at this. Anyway, that was a bit harrowing though. I mean, when it got underneath 10 is when I shorted it. And then it popped over 10, got up to think about 1050, 1060, tried to short it again, lost again, and then when it got back over 11, I went long and it got all the way up to about 1180 or so and dumped it. Anyway, so my bias is still kind of on the short side, but you know, this was definitely a challenge. You know, this is obviously way down, the 10-day breakdown gap that I do like, but we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. Other things happening. This is one I was desperate to short, but I have no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. This is the EDSA Classic popping up on phase 2B news, phase 2 news. This is a virus play at all the way up to 1080. No shorts available, unfortunately, for me at Interactive Brokers. That's a classic one that I love to short, though. I don't mean this particular symbol, but these bios that release news when it's only phase 1 or 2. WATT, W-A-T-T, some kind of FCC approval, W-A-T-T. And as I'm doing this, PROG is on the move here. P-R-O-G is on the move here. Getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average, which is at 331. So it's getting closer and closer, P-R-O-G. IFRX, I think they received an up to approximately a $50 million grant from the German government. This is another virus play, IFRX. ETTX. ETTX, I think they released some positive data, and also, but it is really, I mean, it was up to 448 or 415 after hours yesterday, so it is really given most of that back, but Wainwright has put a $6 price target on them. I think it was EDSA, EDSA, Zach, EDSA. It's too late now. Yeah, phase 2. Here we are, phase 2, COVID play. Okay, it's too late now though, in my opinion. GRTX, this was, no, look at another one just got thumped. GRTX, negative phase 3 data. This is a cheap one, way down here now, off 71%. Again, I'm hoping nobody was holding AVIR or GRTX. Here's another one, another gap up on phase 1B. This is DRMA, D-R-M-A, D-R-M-A. And, you know, again, look, I mean, there's the announcement after hours yesterday, up to $6. This was short, it is shortable for me, but I mean, at this point, it's just kind of basing. KAVL. KAVL. And I don't see any specific reason. Well, look at the volume, 3.2 million, 6.5 million in the float. So it's already traded the float. Almost half the float is traded in the pre-market. I don't see any specific news on it. Just trying to see any headline that I can... Yeah, I don't see anything specific today for KAVL. But this is a super low float. Look at the room it's got if it wants to keep running. RLX, this is one I was waiting to see if it could take out 6 yesterday, and it's doing it this morning. RLX. It has some room to about that 7 mark. Again, I don't see any specific news for it. Now, DLO, a little more expensive one. DLO has gapped down. They have released Q3 preliminary results, and also they're suggesting a financing may be imminent, and that is for DLO. And lastly, just as I was opening the room, the OLB. Well, big pop. Yeah, they said something like they're going to have 24,000 computers, Bitmine computers. It's a little bit like the Riot. This is the news I was talking about yesterday regarding Riot. I think Rubber Toes, I think he posted that news about Riot. You know, for a low float, or not a low float stock, this has got 103 million in the float. So this is big day yesterday, of course, for Prague, coming right into that 200-day moving average. So when does that BTC start to trade? I thought it was, I know the news, this will be the first, I don't know really how much different it is from GBTC, which I know they're going to try to get on the NASDAQ also. When does BTC actually start trading? That's what I thought, but maybe it's just not doing any pre-market. It's not loading into Interactive Broker, so it's not a recognized symbol yet. Well, I think Sophie is, yeah, it did what we wanted it to do yesterday. If you were in Sophie, holding that 20 level. Now it's continuing. Remember, it has a $25 price target put on it by Morgan Stanley. I mean, take it with a grain of salt, but I mean, that's it. I mean, it's basically they're saying, hey, we think it could get back to the high, all-time high. This is where it launched, IPO'd 4 months ago, 4.5 months ago. All right, so I took a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. A few more upgrades and downgrades. I'll get some of them in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'll get the... Is that the symbol? BITO? It's not BTC? All right, just a few more downgrades to get in here. I don't see anything. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm going to look for a Goldman downgrade. I don't see any Goldman downgrades this morning. I'm not saying there aren't any. I'm just all I can do is look at what briefing.com is sending to me. Buenos dias, Diego. So again, so it is BITO, not BTC. That's the ETF. Oh, you're right. There it is. It's funny because I put it in a little earlier in IB and I didn't see it, but I do see it now. I do see BITO now. Okay. That is the first approved Bitcoin ETF approved by the SEC, etc. I mean, I don't know how much different it's going to be from, I mean, it's supposed to track Bitcoin maybe a little more closely than GBTC. But GBTC, Grayscale, of course, now there will be more and more coming. They want to take this one so it's on on NASDAQ as opposed to the pinks. This is another one that I saw got hammered this morning. WINT, just a little too cheap. I don't know how much more it can go down, but WINT. Some real devastations today in some of these little, well, not little by AVIR. Man, I hope nobody had this one. Haven't seen a thumping like this for a while for a stock, a $40 stock down to 10 overnight. And absolutely no clue this was going to happen. It's an amazing thing in this day and age, I mean, nothing got leaked, nothing. Not to the general market anyway. Be interesting to see if any insiders were selling, around here. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Oh, sorry about that, YouTubers. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. Forgot to switch my screen. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. I don't see any posts there though. You know what's happening? I can't see the posts. I might have to reload that. Just give me a moment. So I'm sorry about that. Anybody watching in YouTube, I don't see the posts coming in at all. I can't even, I'm just trying to do a post myself and it's not happening. So I'm going to have to reload that, I guess. Yeah, I see your posts now, but I can't pop it out. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. This is what I'm talking about. I didn't see any of these posts. All right, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. Not the upgrades, we've already done that. The ETFs this morning, major ones. Check to see, get a glimpse of what might happen today. So the sector status, let's take a look. These are the major sectors. Now we're in for a positive open. And everything is up. I don't see any bad sector this morning. So what these percentages are telling you, for instance, in the XLE, energy, the big ETF for energy. So these are the stocks that make up, XLE. So 91% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that percentage means down there. Technology, 79%, financials, 90%. So that's what these percentages refer to. Now, once this market opens, of course, it can turn around. If you remember yesterday, I think every energy stock was up. And then, midday, it was about 50-50. So these things can turn around, but this is maybe a glimpse of what to expect. So always important, if you're going to get into a stock and it is not trading on its own, in other words, it doesn't have maybe earnings or it doesn't have a specific press release for it, then it probably will more or less track its sector. So, if you're going to get into something that is, a sector that is really weak and you want to take a stock in that sector, you might have to, second guess yourself. Boy, look at AVIR. Boy, that was a tough one this morning for me. Two attempts at a short, and then I flipped the script and went long. Yeah, so OLP is fading off that news, I think. Yeah, that's the one that actually, if you have interactive brokers, it's not just not shortable, but the big red dot saying it's not shortable. We're not even going to attempt to look for shorts for you. Okay, the flyer, one of the flyers from the last couple of days, HX, starting to give it up a little bit. Not a huge drop, but HX. Oh boy, that EDSA. Well, I said it was too late. I guess it wasn't too late to short it. It was sort of basing right around here, around 930, but it is given up even more. Just unshortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. This is one I would want to short, but there's just none available. Aja, I'm not saying I want to short it. I'm just saying there are no shorts available. I'm just pointing it out, okay? I'm not saying I want to short it. I'm just saying not only are there no shorts available, it's the big red dot up here saying we won't even try to find shorts. And there's a news for Riot too, IJ. It's the same sort of news, you're right, but there's a news for Riot. All right, this one is an earnings play. Didn't really see it. BK is an earnings play, and it is starting to move down. There's a big gap, pretty big gap down actually for it. 861 million in the float, so there's a huge float here. But it is moving down. BK. Oh, Tom, I'm not sure how I can help you there. If they won't stay, I don't understand when you say they won't stay. You might have to go to our homepage. I'm not sure I know what you mean even. And of course, I'm trying to open the room, or the market's going to open in a little bit. So if you want instant help, you might have to go to our homepage, okay? I just don't know what you mean by they won't stay. Yeah, Macy's had a heck of a day yesterday. I mean, I remember seeing it, but I did not realize that it had such an incredible day. And I think that was one of the strength alert stocks. I mean, it's drifting a little bit today, but man, oh man, what a day. I don't recall seeing any specific news on it yesterday. But once it got going, it just kept going and going and going and going and going right to the end. Well, surfing should only happen if you turn it on. I mean, it's a toggle, so it should only happen when you turn it on. So I mean, it's a toggle on and off, and then once you turn it off, that's it. There's no way to start surfing again unless you reload again. And I know it drives me crazy sometimes that when you load a version of Trade Ideas, surfing is the default. But once you turn it off, really? You have to go to then our homepage. That is a new one on me. I mean, surfing, I mean, it right now it'll turn on. Yes, it's on. But the minute I click on a symbol, it turns off. So then that's a bug or something, because that, obviously you won't want that. But I've never seen that. That's just a toggle on and off. So okay, give me one moment, please. One minute to the open. Thank you, William. I missed you yesterday. Yeah, if it can break it. I mean, it tried. You got a few pennies above it, but it did not break it. Well, it did break it. I shouldn't say that. It got a few pennies above. We're talking about PROG, trying to break out through the 200-day moving average. But like a lot of times, look, there it is right there on the daily chart. Yeah, let's have a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, AVIR would have been my absolute number one focus had it not been a little bit choppy in this pre-market. It doesn't look so choppy when you look at the 5, but you know, it's sort of an exponential. It's hard to see what really happened. My number one focus to short, of course, but well, guys, I mean, there it is, AVIR. It is showing, well, son of a gun, it is showing up on, as you know, the 10-day daily breakdown and also my gap down. But it's a little bit early. So I guess my bias still has to be to short this at some point, AVIR. Now look at KAVL. Big volume just came into KAVL, or is coming in on that first 15-minute candle. Look at the volume coming in. It's a low float. That's the one that's a super low float, only 6.5 mil. I can't see any specific news on it, but it is on the move here. KAVL. Look at the volume. It's only 3,200 times normal, but it's early. You know, I don't like taking trades in the first 15, so it is early. There it is. You're right. BITO is open. So this is obviously not quite tracking Bitcoin. Bitcoin's what, 62,000 now? All right, I have to put an alert down here, I think, for AVIR if it takes it out again. About 1072. I want to see if it takes it out again. I still have a short bias on this. Look at CCL. Excuse me, CCL. Whoa, look at this one. Cruiser just in. Wow, they were really in trouble. CCL, I mean, 2263. There are a couple of lows here around 22, just over 22. Takes that out. Boy, they're. DLO continues down. Q3 preliminary results plus a potential financing for DLO is weighing heavily on it. So what's the market doing? So the markets are all up, or markets, all the major ones are up. There's no disconnect. NASDAQ's up, Dow's up, SPY's up, so there is no disconnect right now. Yeah, so even though my bias is to short AVIR, again, it was early. I have my alert set down here. I mean, listen, it may bounce a lot, but my bias is still on the short side if it gives it up. What do I think about AEHR? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, this is, as Zach would say, I think this is one of those, I believe it's a meme stock, cult stock. Not a lot of volume yet. But if you're asking me, what do I think? Should you buy? I mean, of course, I can't give you any recommendations whatsoever like that. It's an all-time high. All right, so this is its first day of trading, BITO. The first, I hate to use the term legitimate, but I guess we'll have to call it the first legitimate ETF for crypto. All right, so the SPY is starting to drift down, guys. Look at the SPY. We had a big pop-up at the beginning. This is around 7:15, but since then, it has been drifting down. We have a potentially an ominous red first 15-minute candle forming, potentially. Still early, still early. All right, so guys, anybody with Interactive Brokers, can you actually buy BITO? I'm actually trying to click on the buy button and it's a great kind of grayed out. Let me make sure it's not. No. So even though it's listed here, it doesn't look like I can actually buy it. I was just testing it. Yeah, I can't buy it, right? How about other brokers? You have Interactive Brokers? No, you don't have Interactive Brokers, so Pavlin, right? Interesting. That seems a little crazy. I didn't get the message. I just see, I do see the big red dot saying it's not shortable, but I don't think I've ever seen that in IB with any security. And that, like anything, I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh well, maybe it's a good thing. Anyway, there's this DLO, guys. Mentioned this one in the pre-market. It is now, there's some support around 50, maybe. So this is sinking on potential financing news and also Q3, they've preliminary Q3 results. All right, Cavill is right back up, guys. This could be the absolute crazy one today because of the float. And look at the volume. So KAVL, it is popped back up. Look at the volume. It's already, of course, traded the float, 8.6 million, 6.5 in the float. So it has traded the float. OLB, too bad, no shorts available. And Interactive Brokers, OLB is after the big pop up, has dropped over $1. However, let's see if it bases here and starts to move again. Is that a question for me? Which page are you referring to? Is that a question for me or somebody else? KAVL, guys, boy, this is, I mean, look at the room it's got. No longer it holds over this couple of topping tails here, but look at the volume that came in. I'm going to expand this daily chart to see exactly what's happening here, though. We have a high here of 204. We have a high here of 207. So the problem is there's this stuff that has to get through. It's not clean. I wish all this weren't up here. Omer on the move, guys. Omer, O-M-E-R, on the move here. Look at this. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Why? Didn't really have any activity. And there's a lot of resistance right around 8. But, until then, I mean, it's at 622 right now. Just look at the daily chart. You can see just around $8. So it has room to move if it wants to keep going. And it is 60 million in the float. Let's see if there's any specific news. Let's see, maintained a buy by Wainwright. Let's see if they put a price target on it. I don't see a price target, but so Wainwright trying to prop it up. Again, it's early, first 15 minutes, not in the books yet. Okay, I do see that PROG, P-R-O-G, did take out was trying to take out that 200-day moving average. 331. So there it is. Now the next level, if you look left on the monthly chart, 357, 395. So it has a little bit of room to get to that 357. You can see, I guess that was yesterday even. Actually, is that correct? Boy, I didn't realize this. So this actually got up to, I'm sorry, this is a weekly chart. Forget it. This is a weekly chart. I thought this was a 15-minute chart from yesterday. Man, that Cavill, if only all that stuff at around 220 wasn't there. I mean, this would be pretty interesting. I mean, it's obviously interesting now. It's up, 28%. But it's got all this stuff here. I guess when we look at the monthly chart, there's a high of 1338 last month. The weekly chart, again, 251, 204 is the high, so it's above that high. So 4 weeks ago, the high was 251. It's all about the float, 6.5 million in the float. Yeah, see, I have a minimum volume of 500,000. That's the reason, okay? You know, I'm going to miss these, you're right. I'm going to miss them, but I do have a minimum volume of 500,000, so everything else would be fine, but boy, this Cavill, guys, is so interesting. Yeah, it just appeared on my watch list. And Ulmer is on the move still. Boy, if it can take out that 224 level, like that. All right, guys, KAVL. From my watch list right here at 210. You got it. You know, you can trade it. I mean, don't get, I don't know where it's going, but right there was the level to try to take out, and it looks like it has for a while anyway. Next area could be in the 250 mark, but don't be afraid to trade it. Start paying a little more attention to my watch list also. So Omer, let's see, where's that 200 day? Okay, it's way up there. The high yesterday was what, 615, so it's way above the high of yesterday. So Wainwright is propping this one up. Okay, so I do see that Flowtech, or Fuel Tech, sorry, appeared on my option scanner. But let's see, 250, looking, I'm just trying to look left. I mean, it's just got all this choppiness ahead of it. If you look at the weekly chart, we have a high here of 217, so that's okay. We have a high here of 227. We have a high of 220. You know, it's just a little bit of stuff that has to get through. So it's not as clean a chart as I would like to see it on the weekly. I'm always looking for something that when you look left, it has a lot of room that it could run to until it sees the next high. All right, this DRMA, not shortable for me, unfortunately, Interactive Broker. I know, Zach, I know. However, let's take a look here. 423 looks like there's a lot of support right around here. Did have some news this morning, but it's phase 1B. Bunch of nonsense, really. You know, they released phase 1B results. Market gets all traders piled into it after hours yesterday. You can see exactly what it did. Got all the way up to 6, drifted down, still was up this morning, but now it's drifting down and it's now negative. Yeah, but I said I thought it was too late. So, but I guess it wasn't. All right, I want to see this BITO. Not that I want to buy it right now, but I'm just intrigued by the fact you cannot buy it at IB. It's very, very strange. All right, KAVL, what are you really going to do? Still don't see any news on it. Anybody see any news for this one? I just can't find any news on this one at all. Oh, well, who cares? Here's the news. It's going up. That's the news. Doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up on my option scanner. Oh man, guys, this has turned into a nice win here. 210 on the watch list, but now the next level is, what did I say, around 250, 252, and then up here around 270. I'm not saying it's going to get there. What a ramp up though on no news that I can see. No shorts for me either, but I don't care. I mean, I've traded this out. You've got to trade these now, especially look at this. I mean, it's coming right into that 250 level. I think that stock's under $5. The 50-cent levels can be psychological also, as psychological as a whole number break. This was my experience. Look at the volume, 20 million, 6.5 million in the float. OLB just got thumped. I wish I'd had shorts for that one now. Huh. Just got absolutely thumped. Wouldn't surprise me if it goes negative. Oh man, AVIR is tempting me now. I mean, not only was the news bad, but they were also, if you read the entire report, they were talking about a phase 3 trial that was supposed to start this, I guess, in the last quarter of this year, and now it's been delayed to 2022. So it's not only the fact that they had negative data coming out of their COVID testing, but also, I mean, the next testing has been really delayed too. So kind of the double whammy. No, I'm allowing my bias, unfortunately, Zach, to override me taking this one. I know I shouldn't, but okay. Let's see. We have a short or a long with the AI. Not interested. And I say that because I just don't look at the ones over 20 from the AI. That's just me, though. Ooh, there's a big drop for Proc. Got to trade these. Big drop. Look at this. I mean, it got up to what, 350 down to 327. That's a big percentage drop. This drive, no, it's over on Friday. Hi, Joe. All right, this DHT, take a look left on this one, 753. It's got a little bit of room. This is a 10-day breakout, 10-day breakout DHT. Is there any news on it? Big float though. Well, I would argue that it got, on a percentage basis, it got more devastated than Sava on a percentage basis. Well, I mean, I don't know if you were here in the pre-market when I was talking about AVIR, but I mean, there was no clue this was going to happen. I mean, look at the daily chart. Just kind of hanging in this area. No clue whatsoever that this was going to happen. I can't imagine holding this one overnight and then waking up to this. Oh. Morning, William. It's another William. William. I think it is old news. You're right. I mean, I don't see the reason for its move today specifically. But it is, yeah. I mean, I do see that news, but there's nothing today that I can find. It moved, actually, it started its move after hours yesterday, held in the pre-market, so it didn't give it up. Whoa, Sophie. SOFI. Well, it's dropped not quite $1 from its pre-market highs, but well, let's, if you're in this one, you got to hope it's going to hold 20. Okay, guys, well, that might be it for the Cavill. I mean, I said that 250 mark can be very difficult. The 50-cent mark for these stocks under $5 can be really psychological to get through. But not only that, it had this right there. You can just see it on the daily chart, 251. What did it get to? 248. So, it was right there where the trouble area was. So again, if you took this one, hopefully you traded it. No, there's no more one-on-ones anymore, William. We have way too many subscribers. However, you have this room here. You've got at between noon and 1 in the YouTube room. You can ask questions. So there is a one-on-one. I shouldn't say that, but it'll cost you. I think it's $139. But before I would do that, I would look at all the information that we have. We've got a great guide. I would look at the lessons. And of course, you can come into this room and ask me questions. I think getting a one-on-one is last resort. Congratulations on the AVIR. Well, let's see. What's the pre-market high? The pre-market high is way up here at 22. Yeah, so if you are new, William, okay, take a look at my home page. And if you go to the education section, click here, and you'll see at the top here we have the user guide, okay? It's I just noticed it's being updated even, but there's a user guide. It was just released last week, but you can start off with the introductory lessons because it goes over, the basic features, top lists, alert windows, etc. So I would take a look at the 20 lessons. I don't think you have to, I'm not saying it's a waste of money, but I think, before you want to spend money on a one-on-one, you should exhaust all the other resources. All right, so how did Omer do? I'm sure it must have probably fizzled out. Yeah, I missed this one. I should have been more on top of this one as a short, but other things going on, especially with the, of course, with the KAVL. So FNB is an earnings play. It's starting to drift down. It's still positive, but it's drifting down. All right, Roberto, you talked about the Ever. The Ever now is showing up because it has enough volume. Showing up for me because it's actually, I thought I had 500,000 shares, but maybe I don't. 350,000 shares is what I've got. Okay. Well, what a bounce play the AVIR turned out to be. I didn't take advantage of it, but what a bounce play that turned out to be. Still bouncing. Okay, guys, FTEK is on the move here. It's from the option scanner. A little bit of a move now. And again, looking left, 250. Again, that 250 mark, you know, that 50-cent level for these stocks under 5 can be a little bit, could stymie them. You saw what happened with the KALV. Boy, look at it go, though. FTEK, I mean, taking out that 50-cent level, that'll really get it rocking. I mean, it's already up 24%. Yeah, I'm going to resist doing that, Roberto, just because I don't want too many alerts. I know I missed I mean, you know, the Ever was obviously awesome. If you reduce the volume to 100,000, I get it. But I don't know. I may have a lot of other ones that I don't want to see. So I'm going to be stubborn. Really? You must have some other filters in then that, because I have the AVR, HX, and DLO, and GRTX. But I see what you're talking. You see, okay, I'm talking about in my gap downs. There's got to be something preventing that. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Okay, you see, now I'm confusing myself. So in reals, in the 10-day daily breakdown, I do have 500,000 shares as a minimum. In my gap down, I've got 350. I should probably, you know, get them correlated. That's why. Okay, let's take a look at CEI. Back in the fold. Yeah, no kidding, a pop. Ooh. So I wonder if the memers have got a hold of this one again. Careful. What a morning. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, look at that, 28 million, 28 million. Again, I wonder if the memers have got a hold of it again. All right, so let's look left, and what do we see? I think it's about 183 right here. Yeah, so 182 is the next high looking left on the daily. Then the next one is 245. So if it can explode through 182, then you've got the next high is 245 for CEI. Risky business though. I mean, I don't know. It has to be the memers have got a hold of it. Has to be. Look at the volume. Keep an eye on that Cavill, guys. If it takes out that 250 mark, it could have another run in it. The KAVL. Hopefully I've got my, I'm going to get my alert set up here at 250, see if it takes it out. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. A Zach Morris treat on CEI. Obviously some kind of a little Twitter guru. Don't know him at all. Certainly not our Zach. I guess he must be. I mean, there's a huge amount of volume that came in. Keep an eye on this Cavill, guys. Takes out that 250 mark. I mean, look at the volume, 36 million, almost 6 times the float. To be exact, 5.57. I'm going to have to delete AVR from my thumbnail chart. My other monitor is such a big mess for me. If you were, I shorted this twice in the pre-market, lost both times. I turned around, flipped the script, went long, did quite well actually, and then I just kind of forgot about it. Because my bias was really, I thought it would start giving up 11 and start cascading downwards. I was definitely wrong on that one. You mean boom down? Rely? Let's take a look at Rely. Yeah, So is there any news on this one? Good for you, Zach. All right, IONQ. What are you doing and why? I don't see any. No, look at CTRA. Boy, CTRA is, boy, this gives up 20. Look out below. CTRA. You have to stick an alert in 1995 and see if it takes it out. Yesterday's runner, I think this was a big runner yesterday. No, I'm wrong. Asul was getting dropped and dumped. Now it is continuing down. AZUL. Boy, look left on this one, and the next low looking left on the monthly is 18, so it's below that. After that, wow, look underneath here, low is 1163. Boy, this is really taking a beating here. Wow, it's 10:20 already. This has been a fast morning. All right, everybody, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Yeah, it's working. Somebody asked, is the AI working properly? There's no fixed number of alerts you're going to get any given day. So far, only two alerts so far today. Again, there's no fixed number. Some days are more active than others. All right, as always, we start off with my home page. And we have a halt. Oh no, sorry, this is forget about it. It's a SPAC that just opened, SMAP U. All right, when you click on my homepage link, so in the main trading room, there's my tab is readily available all day long, of course. And if you click on my homepage tab, I have the link here also. You click on my link. This is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the big one, premium, annual, $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount, to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. So, here's the information that you can find on my homepage. So, Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This is free. Stock of the Day video that I do, free. And also all the education in here, free. Especially now, take a look at the education links that we have. Now we have a full user guide was released last week. Very, very well done. So here are the major categories. Okay, but we have a full table of contents that you can, you just click on it and boom, you've got all the information. Sometimes there are some videos. So it is a full user guide now. Now, if you're starting out, I mean, that is the most complex way to, of course, to learn how to use Trade Ideas. However, I would start off with the introductory lessons just because it goes over the basic features, very quickly. What is a top list, alert windows, okay, etc., all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So I would take a look at this, and if you want to dive right into it, you can take a look at the user guide. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday. So if you have I'm going to go over this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus, but we'll have an expert in our YouTube room. Michael Noss will be there between 12 and 1. That's when I take my break. And Michael Noss will be there. So if you have any you want to dive into Brokerage Plus and maybe automated trading, etc., Michael Noss is your man, okay? And again, he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the link in. Daily webinars, we'll get back to our routine next week. You can sign up for them all right here. They're Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's not Friday. We're on a rotation basis now, though. I don't know if it's next week is Monday and Wednesday, and then the following is Tuesday, Thursday, or vice versa. But you can sign up for them all right here. Now, these educational videos, I mean, a lot of it now is in the user guide, but you can always take a look at these videos, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. And back to basics if you're new to trading. This is Michael Noss. He put this together. If you're brand new to trading, I would really encourage you to take a look at this. I mean, it gets as basic as you can get, starting off with what is a stock. And then, my scan section. So this obviously you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. This is a sample layout. It's a lot like what you see, but I have other scans that I've created that you can take a look at. These are the three that I really love, the strong options, unusually strong options, and the daily breakdown and breakout, okay? But I've got a lot of other scans. These are the four I use in the pre-market. The gap up and down, and pre-market act as up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market to, try to get the ideas of stocks that might be active all day long. So, save my link. Lots of information in these two sections. Just save my link, then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. And you're ever doing really well now, Rubber Toe. Hopefully you're still in it. There would be no real reason to get out of it, I guess. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. No real reason. Well, we start getting our data at 4 in the morning Eastern time, okay? I'm sorry. 7 in the morning. I'm on the West Coast, so 7 in the morning Eastern time. So that's when you can start. There was a question I had in the YouTube room. When can you start? Well, when can you start to scan pre-market? Technically 6:45, okay, technically, but I like to say rather than that because I don't think you get charts until 7 o'clock. And that is all Eastern time. If I could say you're welcome in Polish, I would, but I don't know how, Leon. But you're welcome. I'm sure I could go to Google and find out, but I would probably butcher the pronunciation, so. All right, so let me just talk a little bit briefly about what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, Poland, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. So if you want to build your own scans, then this is how you would always start. You'd always start off with, these are filters. So in this particular scan, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $1 and $20, 400,000 shares minimum, etc. You always start off with filters because, I mean, and then the trigger for this particular scan is a new high of the day or a new low for the day. And if these criteria are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing FTech, okay? So, you always start off with filters. Otherwise, if I just say, well, show me the stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, of course, I'd be inundated with alerts. So if when you're building your own scan, you always start off with the alerts. I'm sorry, with the filters. To kind of get that universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Now, the good thing is no programming language to learn. If I right-click on an alert window and click on the search, here are all the alerts that we have. And when it changes to these icons here, these are all the filters. You don't have to learn them all, okay? The reason why we create so many is that, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. We have thousands of customers with different trading styles, so we think we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? So no programming language to learn. Now, if you do not want to create your own scans, that's why I've created scans for you from my home page. But also, we have, if you click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, these are all layouts, themed layouts. Each layout has scans in them. So I just clicked on the Momentum layout. Here we go. So, this is an alert window that was created in the Momentum layout. So if you like this one, and you thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind it. Wow, look at X. In fact, look at HX right now. Remember earlier, it looked like it was giving it up a bit. It had dropped down here. Now it's popping back up. So if you like this scan, you can always save it to the cloud. So what I'm trying to demonstrate here is you don't have to know how to create your own scans at the beginning or ever. If you never want to create your own scans, we've got many, many built-in scans for you. All you have to do is go to the different channels, and if you see something you like, you just save it to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time to create your own layout. How? You should watch the lessons, saving things to the cloud. So if I went to, for instance, now if I go to the crypto, I don't know why Microsoft is in here, but let me go to the surging. Stocks are surging, stocks surging. Here's another scan. The action is heating up right now. This is something a person might want to take a look at. Maybe save it to the cloud, bring it back, incorporate it as part of your layout. So all I'm trying to demonstrate here is that you can go to the different channels. They're all theme-based. You can extract windows, alerts, scans that you might like, and then bring them back and thereby creating your own layout without knowing how these scans were created in the first place. Okay, next up, what is CEI doing now? Just before I talk a little bit about the AI. Here's that little level right there, 182. What did it get up to? Got up to 177. Right there on that daily chart is 182, the next high. If it can somehow take that out on some volume, it's got a real shot to maybe break through two and, you know, challenge that high right here, which is 245. Okay, so I want to go over the AI. If you have our premium service or you're part of this test drive, what I would do, just to watch it, to make things very easy, click on New from our toolbar, then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is what you'll see. You'll see this right here. This is the AI. I've just, never mind these two windows up here, but this is the AI in action, okay? You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, but make it easier on yourself. Don't worry about the different segments. I wouldn't even worry about the strategies. You know, all I would not worry about, but be aware of is you have an alert. How you trade it will be up to you. I never trade anything without clicking on a symbol and checking the chart to see what sort of room it has. Okay, that's me. I don't get into auto trading at all. For those of you who are wondering. All right, now I want to talk about this window called Brokerage Plus that you see here, this big blue window. Again, if you have a lot more detailed questions, okay, about Brokerage Plus, then save them for noon to 1 o'clock Eastern Time, because Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room and he can answer a lot of those questions that are a lot more detailed. He's definitely much more of an expert with it than I am. Meanwhile, Omer, early on alert. Wainwright putting a big charge into it. Now, this window here is only available in our downloadable application, okay? If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. So you have to be using the downloadable application to take advantage of Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put a link in. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can help you, Grant. I mean, there are a lot of different trading styles. You know, I'm a momentum trader. That's about all I know. So I'm not sure how I can help you. But you can always ask. I'm sure you have asked the different traders looking for a setup that you're looking for. So the Brokerage Plus link that I put into the room, there are two videos. One, the first video, or not necessarily the first video, but the short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can attach, how you can trade actually using this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account from within Trade Ideas, okay? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it doesn't matter. You know, we're a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker you want. You just won't have this available to you. It's a feature. It's an option. It's not mandatory to use it. The second video goes into way more detail about how you can use it, and it's also very relevant when we start talking about paper trading. And you notice here, there's an option right under Brokerage Plus. One says live and one says simulation, okay? So that is our paper trader. Please practice trading until you before you start trading with real money. Notice here, this is a sample. This is something that I did yesterday. Okay, this is in the simulator, and I was showing people how you could take a trade on a pullback, and I kept it overnight to show, you can practice swing trading using this. Now, in the real world, would I have allowed a profit of $261 turn into a $24 loss? No. So what I'm going to do right now is just going to flatten it. Flatten gets you out of the trade. But this can show you, again, if you're trading for real, you would never, ever, I hope anyway, you wouldn't allow, a pretty decent profit to turn into a loss. Oh my goodness, AVIR, it's hard to watch. I'm doing everything I can not to chase it. So to practice trading is really simple. You just click on an alert. You see the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. You know what? Let's just for fun take a bunch of AVIR. It's just in the simulator. Okay, let's just see what happens here in the simulator. Now, if I really were doing this, first of all, I wouldn't do this, okay, because I'm chasing it. But I would always have a stop, okay, because if I get into a trade, I have to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me. Okay, so now if I wanted to get out of this right now and say, I don't want to, well, I should have got out of, if I really had done this as a quick scalp, I would have been exiting with that many shares. You don't have to know them all though, Grant. And if you haven't looked at the guide, just take a look at the guide. The guide covers all this now. So when you're talking about the toolbar, are you using our web-based version or the app? This is just standard file, new, tools, Windows, help, account, Brokerage Plus, and the surfing. That's just all standard. Yeah. So now I'm going to flatten this, okay? Just to show you how you can get out of a trade. Well, you've got no real resistance. It's, this is the pre-market high up here, so you've really got no resistance. I'm not telling you to hold on to 22, but don't understand, Grant. I don't quite get what is happening then. You're going to have to go to a tech support. This is the standard toolbar. There's nothing, this has been the standard toolbar for years. So maybe go to our homepage and say, I don't know what your question is exactly, but we've got a lot of tech support. I just don't know how to help you because, I can only say, when you download Trade Ideas and you're using our app, this is the toolbar, the standard toolbar. If you're not seeing these, The only thing I can maybe say is, have you shrunk it so it looks like this? You know, all you have to do is grab it on the right corner and stretch it out. It's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, click on new. Yeah. Well, I'm in a development version, Grant. I'm in a development version. That might be what you're talking about. That's all. So I have a lot of other options. If that's what you're talking about, don't worry about that. Okay? Yeah, I'm on a development version, so that's why, yeah, I have way more options, okay? But that's just because I'm on a development version. You probably have just down to Brokerage Plus. So don't worry about the fact you don't see all this. Yeah, so again, Grant, don't worry about it. Okay? Okay, that's fine. I mean, this is plenty. That's all you need. Just get the basics down, you know, how to create an alert window, how to create a top list, things like that. Just get the basics down. No. I don't even look at, I probably only use 0.5% of trade ideas, the alerts and filters that we have. That's what I try to say to everybody. When you look at all of the alerts and filters that we have, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You don't have to learn them all. I mean, I have an idea what they all mean, but I don't care. I only have a few that I use and a few filters that I use. That's it. I don't have to learn them all. So you'll notice here, I've got something called the distance from the exit price. So, you know, I mean, I was just kind of fooling around here, guys, but you know, what this is telling me is that where I exited is 53 cents above. So this gives you a bit of a good gauge about how good are your exits. You know, I have to admit, I haven't seen a bounce like this in a long time for something that just got devastated. I mean, this is not an overreaction, you know. I mean, the gap down. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. I mean, the trial failed, and they're delaying the start of their phase 3 until next year. So, I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. But man, I mean, I can't dispute the fact this has been an unbelievable bounce. Unbelievable bounce. You know, in the pre-market, it got down to 931. That's a huge bounce. Chilla, unfortunately, no. We don't have EMAs at all, believe it or not. So, no, you can't do that. RBI is red bar ignored. Okay, it's a. Let me show you what a red bar ignored would look like. And 30 is just on the 30-minute time frame. GBI is green bar ignored. And again, we have the different time frames. Part of the premium service, let me see if I can find one to give you show you what it would look like. Yeah, this is sort of one, okay, almost. This is okay. This is a green bar ignored, but it's the same principle. Red bar ignored, green bar ignored. You notice OLB. You notice on the 15-minute chart, we've got 3 red candles. Then you see this green candle right here. If this candle were totally engulfed by this previous red candle, this would, and then the next candle is red, this would constitute a green bar ignored on a 15-minute chart. Okay, so the theory being you have a downtrend, you have a pause in the downtrend, then a continuation of the downtrend down. Okay, so that is a green bar ignored. If I could find one, a red bar ignored would be just the reverse. You know, you'd have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then the trend continues. Yeah, you can chart. Oh yeah, you can chart EMAs. You just can't scan for them. I mean, the EMA charting has been available for, well, I don't know how long now. A year, 2 years? I really don't know. I mean, there's the 8 EMA on my 2-minute chart, and there's the 20 SMA as an example. But the question was, can I scan? You cannot. Yeah, I mean, it's almost, but not quite. But I mean, that's the principle, William. I'm talking to a William in our YouTube room. Oh man, guys, I was just going to point this one out. I was just going to say, wonder if this one could have maybe a little similar AVR type move, okay? So this got hammered in the pre-market also. You can see huge percentage drop, not unlike the AVIR, and it is starting to crawl back. I had this thumbnail that was watching it right about here. I notice it's halted now. Halted on the way up, GRTX. Now, I'm not saying it's going to have the same kind of fill that AVIR did. Oh, I didn't see that, PJ. Shoot. Now, let's see what happens when it opens. 246 is what I see right now as a potential. This is what I'm talking about. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt price, 234. There is the potential open. And again, this is a halt of, well, it should be a 5-minute halt. And guess what? It should open right now. There it is. Okay, it was a 5-minute halt. That's okay. Slow down. Oh, we always appreciate the help. Mr. Real, good morning. So the pre-market high for GRTX was about 380. No, it's emotions, Edge. It's emotions. You know, once money is on the line, you know, discipline and emotions can really wreak havoc. That's why I always say you can practice paper trading. If you can't make money paper trading, forget about trying to make money with your with real money. But even if you can do it, making money in a simulation a simulated account, there's no guarantee because all of a sudden emotions come into it. You know, it's easy to get out of trades, in and out of trades in a simulator. You know, you take a loss, oh well, and obeying all your rules. But sometimes it's really tough once you start using real money. Oh, look at Kodak. Don't tell me this thing is going to start moving. KODK. This is, of course, one of the meme stocks from way, 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 way back. Actually, this was not a meme stock here. It was a meme stock, but not here. I think this was on its own. This was not a meme stock. It is in the option scanner. Do I dare? Again, I don't like the weekly. I think there's a lot of resistance right around that 8 level, so okay, Azul continues on its way down here. Yeah, so Edge, I didn't go over trading really today. I thought I would take a break, but you'll hear us say all the time, you should try to keep your risk the same every single trade. Okay? You don't risk $100 one trade, $300 the next, $50 the next. Try to keep your risk amount the same for every trade. Also, I don't know what the size of your account is. And don't tell me. I don't, but I mean, well, I would say something like this. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. You'll notice in the simulator, and let's just do one, okay? Because we talk about, I didn't really go over it today. I thought I'd take a break one day, but so let's say I wanted to take this KAVL, okay? It's pulled back a bit. Maybe I think, okay, maybe the pullback's over. I want to take this trade. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go right in at the market because the spread's only a penny. So you see it took the trade at $2.15. I'm going to put a stop at $1.95, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. You'll see on my screen, we'll get something that's very close to $100, big red line. There we go, 97.50, okay? So what this is telling me is that if KAVL goes down to $1.95, I'll take about a $100 loss. That is what I do in the simulator, okay? I am risking $100. So, again, if you're new to trading, every trade is not going to work. So how I trade, and a lot of people in this room will trade, is that you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. You can't be stubborn and think, it's going to turn around. I mean, look, some of them do, of course, but how I trade anyway, I have a stop. If it hits my stop, I'm out of the trade. No questions asked. I don't look back. I can always get back into the trade later if it sets up again. So that's the first thing. Now, where to place your stop? How I do it? I usually size up a chart where I look and I see maybe there's a lot of activity at a certain price that if it broke down that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Other ways to do it, you want to take maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle or a moving average. And there's no right or wrong way. You have to get comfortable with the ability to start placing stops where you're going to get out of a trade. That's why you practice. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you're getting comfortable placing stops. The next step is then what we're talking about, the risk amount. In the simulator, and the way I trade is I risk about the same amount every single trade. I don't risk $100 one trade, $1,000 the next, $500 the next. I risk about the same amount every trade. So why 500 shares? Because that'll also share size you. Because you notice I took 500 shares because, and remember, when you get into the trade, you know where your stop is. So in order to share size, what you have to do, a little quick math. So I got into the trade at 215. I said my stop was going to be $1.95. Again, I wanted to make the math easy. Notice that difference is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, then I divide 20 cents into $100. I get 500 shares. So I'm not taking the same share size every trade. It's going to be dependent on the difference between my entry and my stop, and then I divide that into my risk amount. So, a little bit of math to go through, but, that's why you practice. Now, the other thing we talk about is you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. You should have a mini checklist of all the reasons why you would not take a trade. Maybe the volume is too low, maybe the price range isn't what you want, maybe it's, there could be a lot of different reasons. Don't have too many, otherwise you'll never take any trade. So I have a checklist that I go through. Most of my checklist, though, is built into these scans because, I know that a stock is trading abnormally. I know it's got the right number of, right volume. It's the price range that I like. It's got the relative volume that I like. So a lot of my checklist is already built into my scans. The next thing I'm always looking at, of course, is, okay, how much room does it have on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart? Where could it, because I'm more of a momentum trader, where could it go before it hits the next high? So I run through my checklist. If I can check, then I can take the trade. But guess what? Just because everything is satisfied on my checklist and everything looks awesome when I get into the trade, they still may not work. So very critical and hard sometimes to obey your stop. You have all the best intentions in the world when you get into it and say, okay, I've got my stop. But then, the nice setup that you thought was primo, it starts to drift down towards your stop and you disobey your stop. You say, the heck with it. Probably my stop was too tight. So that $100 starts turning into a $200 or $300 or $400 loss. And then that's when you finally give up and you hopefully start kicking yourself saying, why did I not obey my stop? So that's why you've got to practice. But, even when you practice and you can make money and you're obeying your stops and all that, when it comes to real money, it can be very difficult. So that's why you have to practice though. See, it depends what you mean. When you say all in, what the heck does that mean, Edge? Like, what does that mean? I go all in. Yeah, so you know what? I mean, I'm not trying to convince anybody to trade the way I do or Real does or others in the room. I mean, but I have a set amount which doesn't vary very much on how much I'm risking every trade. So, and I don't get into revenge trading. Revenge trading is the other thing that can really nail you. You have all the best intentions in the world. Okay, so let's just say you do obey your stop. This, let's say this did get down to 195, and I get taken out for a $100 loss. Now you can be sitting there going, well, I better risk 200 the next trade because I have to make up my loss. Plus, I want to make $100. And you know, you lose that one. Now you're down 300. And so again, well, I better risk 400 the next trade. I mean, it can be a really tough cycle to break. Now Seoul continues its little march down here. It had a bad day yesterday. Not bad, but I mean, because it did try to come back, but continuing down and look left. I mean, look at this monthly chart where it could go. Well, Kodak, I'm reluctant to do it because I just think there's too much resistance around that 8 level. I may be completely wrong. I mean, if the memers get a hold of it, it won't matter what I think. Now look at KAVL, guys. So, and I took this to demonstrate. Now, you know, a word here. I mean, I've got today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price, okay? So this can help you gauge how good are your exits. So for instance, remember what I was talking about here, the XPDI. Now this was a carryover from yesterday. So hopefully nobody would allow a $261 profit to turn into a $25 loss. So where you get out of the trade, so you know, keep an eye on the max P&L and today's profit. And then when you do get out of a trade, keep an eye on the distance from the exit price. Okay? Because this is going to tell you again how good were your exits. Okay, you see, Edge, here is when you say you hesitate and you miss good entries, it sounds like you're more into scalping, you know, to be honest, because, you know, when I get an alert, I mean, I'm always checking a few things before I'm going to take the trade, okay? I'm not worried about, oh man, I mean, I got the alert at, I don't know, 1770 and now it's 1765, therefore I've missed it. Sounds to me like you're more into scalping so that, you know, the pennies are very important. I'm not trying to say, you know, don't do that, but depends what you mean by too late. I mean, yeah, I mean, you don't want to wait a minute, but I mean, waiting 5 or 10 seconds, unless it's some really volatile stock, it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Yeah, so, you know, Becca's talking about risk reward. So if you get into a trade, for me anyway, unless I have a reasonable expectation that I can make double my risk, I will not take the trade. Now, do I get out of trades earlier because I don't like the way it's trading? Of course. But so for instance, if my risk is 10 cents or 20 cents, say it's 20 cents, if I look at a chart and I look at a chart and I don't think I can make 40 cents on the trade, based on what I'm seeing on a chart, then I don't take the trade. That's why you hear me always talking about looking left, looking left, looking left. I want to make sure there's enough room that the stock could keep going until it, what I consider, hits the next potential or the next high if I'm going long. So in other words, if I had a 10-cent risk and I look and the next high is 5 cents away, I won't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 5 cents. Meanwhile, what is happening with the SPY? Remember the last time I looked, the SPY was in this downtrend here, and now look what's happened. It has completely taken over and on the move up. Well, you know what is having a huge bounce, guys, is MGTX. This was a big star yesterday. The Barron's article over the weekend put a charge into this stock. And, a big bottoming tail, 2 in a row now on the daily chart. So I think I still have price alert set up here around $20 or $19. And see if it takes that out. Azul continues down here. Azul. A-Z-U-L. Yeah, I mean, well, we got some little percentage moves. I mean, the Zion is up. There's the alert, 61.84, 62.45 right now. But as you know, it's a nice move, but on a percentage basis, I don't see anything that I want to trade from the AI yet under 20. Well, traders, charts never lie. No matter, that's why you can get really nailed by like looking at a press release, looking at earnings, thinking, man, everything's got to be great, and yet it doesn't work the way you want it to. So I don't know. I didn't read it. Maybe they guided poorly. I have no idea. I know I had earnings yesterday, so I had a decent day yesterday, but today's another day. So, don't ask me why it's down. I mean, because I have no idea. I mean, it's down, not to be flip about it. There are more sellers than buyers right now. Yeah, it happens. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news today on it. I mean, I do see, Albertson's cut to neutral from buy by Citigroup, you know. So maybe that's having the effect. ACI actually was earnings, I thought it was yesterday before the market opened. Come on. Yeah, October 18th pre-market. It was yesterday before the market opened. I had a decent day. But not really. I mean, look. I mean, there it is. Here's the 15-minute chart. So there was the reaction to earnings pre-market. But look what happened. I mean, it gapped way down. It came back up. But nothing stellar. I'd be looking at that going, that's not a great reaction. If earnings, if the perception is that it's not that great, that's the perception. How many trades today do I take? I don't trade that much. Maybe 3 or 4. All right, what time is it? 11:13. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Look at this one. Look at the volume that is just coming into this HCWB. I don't think I've ever seen this one. I guess this could have been an IPO here or a symbol name change. Don't quite know. But something's charging it right now. HWCB. Don't see any news on it, but so again, guys, my watch list is, I did pay attention to of course, this one, the KAVL, but it's really performing. And, all you have to do is take a look. And so here's the original alert for KAVL at 9:45. The price was 210. And it got up to almost to 250 from there. HX at 1029. There was the alert. Price was 708. And it got up to 759. So these are, on a percentage basis, these are 2 great moves. Haven't checked on the downside. So it was an IPO. Okay, thank you, Zach. I don't remember it. But then, the capital could get interesting again if it takes out that 250. Because traders will be looking at this huge monthly gap and even the weekly gap potential to fill. I don't see any news on it. No news today. Okay, well, as somewhat predicted, You know, the Kodak, I didn't even notice that also. The 200-day moving average is at 8. But I thought 8 would really be a tough one for it to get through. You know, this is why, in my opinion anyway, I mean, I know there are people that will just hold these things because they think, you know, great things are going to happen. But I mean, Prague, I mean, gets up to 355. It goes all the way down to 293. I mean, that's a huge percentage decrease. It got through the 200-day moving average for a while anyway. Just could not sustain it. And here it goes, guys. HCWB continues. I'm not in this one, but it is continuing. And let's take a look left. 474 is the next high. That's last month's high. Something is putting a charge into it. I have no idea what they do. I mean, it's a bio, but I don't know what they do. I don't know if it's, it doesn't look like it's a virus play. That was just you, Becca. No, not on my end. Yeah, I'm just talking about intraday trading, Ija. Not everybody is as holding on like you do for months on things, okay? So I'm just talking about intraday trading on something like a Prague. So my guess, I'm looking at Azul. Let's take a look at jets. Let's take a look at the ETF for the airline industry. And it's, well, actually a little pop here. Let's see if IB allows. Still, that's the strangest thing. Still cannot buy BITO in Interactive Brokers, even though it's listed, even though it shows up in the order entry. But you're right, it says financial instrument not available for trading yet. So don't get it. Now this may be more of a Brazilian thing. Okay, because I'm looking at Azul. Now I'm looking at PBR, energy play in Brazil. So this might be more of a Brazilian thing with the Azul and now the PBR, as opposed to, I thought maybe all the airlines were just tanking, but it might, this Azul and PBR, a couple of big Brazilian stocks. Man, is that it for AVIR? Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stick an alert just over 16, around 1627. I can see a lot of highs right there in the 5-minute chart. And see if it takes that out later on. And also, though, on the downside, I know I'm giving up a lot, but that's okay. The downside at 15, so I'm going to bracket this to see if it breaks out one way or the other. Any thoughts on NIO other than yeah, but for what? I mean, intraday trade. I mean, it's obviously choppy in an intraday trade. I mean, you just have to, if you believe in EV, it's China EV. I mean, I'm sure you know the story. So I don't know what else I can add. I mean, the high last month was 41.86. That's not that far away. It's less than $2 away, and it's having a decent month. But I don't know how. I don't know what more I can add. I have no thoughts on it. I don't trade it. I'm always, to me, China, it's always a bit of a political risk, but it's having a decent month, a decent recovery. Give me a moment, please. Now, I should have mentioned this also. These are hotkeys. If you're going to use a simulator, these are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a trade, I'll get out of this KAVL right now. Just highlight the trade, just left click on it, and you see the gray appears, and you can flatten it and get out of the trade. Of course, I could have got out at half, or I could have doubled my position, or I could have gone into the sell box and picked how many shares and a price I wanted to get out at. So again, practice trading, okay? Practice, practice, practice. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. Well, here's the other thing. I mean, talking about do you need to make money trading? I mean, it's really hard. If you have to, if you need to make money because you have to pay the rent, you got to buy food, you got to do all those things, you don't have another income whatsoever. If you have to, boy, that's a tough chore, tough task. Yeah, but I mean, okay, your guys are talking about riot. Even a swing trade, everybody. I mean, I'm just in general. If you're going to swing this one as an example, because you think that it should catch up, etc., etc. We talk about stops. I mean, swing trading is no different. You should have a stop, in my opinion. I mean, what would you do if it sank down to 20 just because you think it's got to catch up, at some point? I mean, to me, swing trading, of course, your stop is going to be a lot wider if you're swing trading something. So you're more than likely taking fewer shares, but your risk amount can be exactly the same as if you're intraday trading, except your stop is going to be wider. And real will set stops in the system, probably because I get that question all the time also. I don't, because typically I'm in no more than 2 trades at a time, and I like to manage my exits. Okay, now if I were going to step away from my system, sure. Or if I were in a lot of trades at the same time, sure. There'd be no way I could, manually do it. But I'm typically in no more than 2 trades at a time. So I can, keep an eye on the chart, keep an eye on what's happening. But I always have a stop. Well, that looked good news in the pre-market for oil B, but I mean the market is just selling it off, and now it's below the 200-day moving average even. Again, I said it wouldn't surprise me. Just no shorts available for me. The big red dot at Interactive Brokers. So, ooh, this could be an interesting one. ZY. Why? Because it's just almost at an all-time low. I guess this is the all-time low down here. 785, but if it can crack 11, in a big way, I mean, there's really no support until, let me just check this weekly chart. Yeah, maybe it has a little bit. There's 11 there. There's a low down here at 1045, so it might not have as much room as I thought, unfortunately. For the ZY. Well, again, I'm managing the trade. So typically the trades I'm in don't have horrible spreads, okay? So it's a matter of, I mean, I'm just picking a price I want to get out at or take some profit at, okay? I mean, typically though, I mean, I could almost go market most of the time because the spreads are not horrible. But I typically just pick a price. But again, you're asking, but you understand, I am managing the trade manually. Well, that's why I say, in the simulator, you can practice, you can kind of see how good are your exits. I mean, it gives you a bit of an idea how much, because it'll tell you what the maximum profit was when you were still in the trade, and then it'll tell you, okay, when I got out of the trade, this is what I made. Is that great? No, but this gives you a good idea. But how good are your exits? Now, the other thing too is that if you have a stop in place. Am I still in? So I'm not in one anymore. But let's just say I was still in the KAVL, and I think my stop was what, $1.95. I think it was down here. If the trade starts to work, then of course you just keep raising your stop up, to another area. For me anyway, another area of support. I mean, if this really started to work well, of course I'd be moving my stop up. Mentally, or if I were automating it, I would be keep moving my stop up. The other thing too, for me, my stop is the absolute most I want to lose on a trade. Okay, so again, in the simulator, I'm risking $100. Okay, but if in this KAVL, one that I was demonstrating, if it started to move down and I just didn't like the way it was trading, it took out another little area I didn't like. I don't have to wait for my stop. That's me. I can say, you know what, I just don't like the way it's trading. I can always get back in later if I want, but for now I'm going to exit even before my stop. My stop is the absolute worst I want to do on the trade. Now, that is obviously a little bit of experience coming into play here, because you might say, well, if you have a stop, why don't you just obey your stop and let yourself get taken out? Of course I could, but I'm trying to read the charts after I get into a trade, and if I just don't like the way it's trading, I will get out of the trade. And what determines that? Well, that's where I guess some experience comes into play. And am I wrong? Times, of course. Wow, look at MGTX, guys. It's approaching that 19. How many trades are you in at the same time, Greg? Typically. Because of course you could just manually get out of trades. I mean, maybe you're in a lot of trades at the same time. Now this is somewhat extended here, but MGTX, I mean, their high yesterday, what was it? It was 1917. Because it depends how many trades you are in at the same time, but I mean, you can manage the trades. Just saying, you're in a trade and you want to get out 100 shares, you just, your broker will allow you to do that. So if you had 500 shares or something, I mean, your broker certainly would allow you to trade 100 out. Maybe not in an automated fashion, but yeah, Ader is coming back. You're right. Lots of volume coming in. Lots of volume coming in. Again, look left, look left, look left. What do we see? Where are the next highs? 906. So it's through that. And the next high is 973. So, I mean, this got some room, guys. It does have some room. I wish you well, William, but I know some are going to go long this. The next high is 973 in the daily chart. Okay, Randy, I'm going to have to stop you there. I know you're really pumping this AQST. It may work, but short low float squeeze coming. We're just being a little too promotional, okay? So I'm going to remove that post. I know you're all excited about the AQST, but you're just being a little too promotional on it. Because it's obvious you own it and you want other people to get in with you, so. AQST, it's just somebody in our YouTube room. He sort of put a post on it before. You know, he keeps posting saying, you know, a big short squeeze coming and all this stuff. I mean, hey, listen, something might happen, but just the wrong room for that sort of nonsense. Boy, this MGTX, it takes out yesterday's high. I think it still had some room left. MGTX, let me just take a look at it. MGTX, if you look at the monthly chart, I think this is what we saw, 2177. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it looks like it wants to challenge yesterday's high. Maybe that was a little too harsh, okay, about the nonsense. But I mean, you know, we just don't do that in these rooms, the two rooms. Boy, look at this one, this NTCO. NTCO is, obviously it's a 10-day low. Take a look at it on the daily. I'm not sure where there's any support that near. On the monthly chart, the next low looks like that's around 1433. So that, you know, that's not that far away. Why would you have Questrade and Desjardins? You're like me, Jeff. I had Questrade and Desjardins before, but I only have IB now. Oh, I see, the RSP stuff. Okay. Well, Grant, nice to hear. Cavill, guys, I mean, I'm not going to lose sight of it. 250 is a big area to try to get out of, and could be very interesting even going forward. I mean, look at the day it had yesterday. I didn't really see this one yesterday, but what a gap up today. Look at the volume, though. I mean, the volume is stunning. It's almost, well, it's over 10 times now. 10 and a half times. When I say that, there's the float, 6.5 million. Divide that into the volume, 68.9. You get about 10 and a half. Just give me a moment, please. All right, I am back. Give me a moment, please. Well, there goes the cattle, guys. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume. See that volume bar right there? 1 point. Look at the volume coming in. I always look for volume. I always look for volume. If a stock goes up on no volume and it keeps going up and I don't take the trade, I just say so be it. But I always look for volume, you know, on a price pop. And all right, guys, I just want to confirm that it is Michael in our YouTube room today. Okay, just confirmed it is Michael going to be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in if you do want to head over there while I'm on my break. Again, Michael is way more of an expert using Brokerage Plus, okay, and some automation and things like that. So if you have questions like that, you can certainly head over. And this is the link, the YouTube link, okay? Any good alerts or watch volume? Well, we have a couple of, I mean, right here, you know, volume 1 minute, percentage increases, things like that. Oops. So volume in 1 minute, I use this all the time. So you can put something really, high, like 1,000% or something. That means, usually the volume is really increased. I also use 5 minute. I might put 500%. But, this is trial and error. I mean, there's no right or wrong percentage, but some of my momentum scanners, I use minimum of 1,000%. So that means that the volume has really exploded usually. Okay. Somebody asked, are there any good alerts to watch volume? Good to hear, trader. Okay, if you're asking that as a general question, you're going to get several responses. Personally, for me, I don't use level 2 at all, but I know Zach does. I know Real doesn't. I just find too many games are played, bits being put in, then yanked, both on the bid and the ask size. I just find there are too many games being played. Years ago, it probably was a something to watch, but I just don't think it. For me anyway, I don't do it. I don't look at it. But, as I always say, if somebody is using level 2 and they're using it to their advantage, by all means keep doing it. Ha! Yeah, it might be illegal. Exactly. Well, you're talking. You're in. I'm not saying there are no. Just one moment, please. Yeah, look. I mean, there's First Solar. I guess the granddaddy of them all. I mean, you're right. It's on the move. It's more of a macro play. The way you're phrasing it, you're in a room that I don't want to say predominantly day traders, intraday traders, but yeah, I mean, solar is hot. If you just want to participate, take a look at TAN. Now there's the index. So if you don't want to look at one stock, here's the solar index. You're right. I mean, it's on fire through the 200-day. Oh, I know the constants. Is this candle real for DNA? Let's take a look. Wow, that looks like a real. Yeah, I see it on IB also, so I guess it is. I guess it is. So, yeah, I mean, this could be that, that bottoming tail could really mean something. MQ. MQ. I haven't seen that one, I don't think, ever. MQ. So this was an IPO back here, okay? Marqueta. Citron pump from yesterday, okay? Well, it kind of worked, but not quite. It did sell off. But crypto play, still can't get over the fact that I Not that I want to take this long, but I can't trade it in IB. Crazy. Well, AVIR is not going to stay here. I can almost guarantee it's not going to stay here. We just don't know the direction. But look at this. Well, TAN is the solar ETF though, so JKS is just a stock. But there is the solar ETF, TAN. Yeah, I'm getting my break pretty soon, so I'm not going to take anything right, especially something like a CEI, especially, where I'd have to really pay attention to it. So I'll be taking my break in about 5 minutes. Whoa, yeah, the big drop now for ATER from that 927 down to 881. Looks like there's some pretty decent support around 864, 868, or okay, you're saying 868. I'm just looking at the bottom here of these candles on the 2 minute, around 863. So that's about the same.
All right, everyone, just one more minute here. Let me test the sound while I'm doing it. Just making sure everything's all hidden and everything. Does that sound good to everyone? It's coming through a little quiet on my end. Okay, there we go. Turned up a bit. Sounds good. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm just making sure I'm hiding some things. Stuff in the works at Trade Ideas. Always stuff in the works. All right, so there we go. That should perfect. All right, that worked. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you for joining me for this afternoon session. Again, if someone's just stumbling on or wondering where Barry went, we give him an hour off. We unchain him from his desk for an hour-long period only, and then we get the cattle prod out and push him back on. And in that time, we open up the YouTube chat to live Q&A. So I'll be here for the next hour, just shooting the shit about the market, answering your guys' questions about trading and trade ideas and everything that you may have in relation to that. I always say the more questions you ask, the better for everyone, because basically everyone that you're getting at this noontime session is a trader and does something else with trade ideas as well. So, we're all working on our own thing and then coming over to here to just say hi and help you guys out. So there's not really a lot of prepared content. So it's kind of the more questions you can ask, the better. If not, we're just going to chat about what's going on in the market, which isn't an insane amount. I'm about just looking at a lot of my stuff. I'm about flat on most things today. Question about a scan. So first of all, we cannot scan for EMAs at this time. However, and this is something I can start teasing out, I think. Let me just grab this early beta, guys. So don't, if this doesn't look good or if it breaks or something, let me know. But we are building out this new pre-canned kind of a setup. We have this back-end tool, which I'm allowed to play with, that has essentially the ability to build anything within reason, right? How complicated it is and everything like that, right, is going to determine a lot of things. But we can build out a whole bunch of stuff. However, it's not something that we can really allow users to build out with, A, because it's way too complicated to support, and B, the server tech required because it's running these very complex scans on the entire database would just be too much, right? It's just too much for the product that we are at. But so you were talking about an 8 or a 1020 crossover, and one of the first things to launch is going to be this one, as per Barry and the trading room's request, which is an 820 crossover on a 2-minute chart, just to get us started, and we'll start to test and go from there. So let's actually just open up a 2-minute chart here on the bottom, and let's go and make sure that we've got an 8, and then that's a 50, so let's just make that a 20. We'll save that, and you can see just right now on DHT, the 8 is crossing under the 20, and this is based off stocks that have, I think, 3 relative volume or more. So they're doing 3 times normal daily volume at this time. So that's something that we're playing with. There's going to be a few scans launching. One is just TI strength. So you're actually going to be able to see what the current TI strength is, and all of these update every number of seconds. There's a bull flag scanner that essentially looks for stocks. That's not a great example. It's MRUS from a few days ago. Just stocks that are making this kind of look. So they had a strong push up recently, and now they're kind of chopping sideways. APRN, same kind of thing, right? Strong push up, and now it's kind of chopping around sideways here. So that's going to be one as well. And then another one, which is one of my personal favorites, is this RSI divergence. So let me actually go through and we're going to remove volume, and then let's actually just add in the RSI. And if you don't know what an RSI divergence is, essentially RSI is a momentum indicator. Let's find one that just looks nice and clean for demonstration purposes. That one's actually okay. But yeah, so the RSI is a momentum indicator, and basically, it's been proven that using it is just overbought, oversold. It doesn't really work on its own. Part of a trading strategy, it may be fine. But what I've noticed quite a bit, and what they taught us when I was doing my chartered market technician, is that if price is making lower lows and the RSI is not, so it's making higher lows, that sometimes that is a precursor to a change in direction, basically saying that the momentum is kind of running out on names like that. So they're great for bottom pickers. And one good example for a stock that I'm in that's doing great right now is if we zoom out on this FTech, right? You can see FTech has been heading down here for quite... Come on, where's my little pointer? Control A, there it is. Yeah, FTech's been heading down for quite some time, where this RSI has been making higher lows. So I just kind of drew in a trend line here and said, hey, when it breaks, that's where I'll buy it. And, I was in some of this, I think, another couple days ago. I had a buddy convince me based off some fundamental stuff. So I put a few bucks in it, more or less to shut them up. But got triggered in a stop limit a little bit more right there. And this one's going. Something about carbon capture or something like that. I don't pay any attention. So those are some of the scans that are going to come in, and basically what's going to happen is they're going to be pre-canned, because again, the initial time the system has to run this scan, it takes an insane amount of computer power to build this list. And then from there, it starts to get pretty quick based off some really cool server stuff that the devs did. So that's why it's not user configurable. We're going to do some things like adding price and volume limitations, but it's not going to be, it's kind of like the RBI, GBI, and the TIQ, if you guys know that. It uses that same kind of system and just allows us to do more. So that was a very long-winded for your 820 crossover, but or 1020 crossover, but just know there's an 821 coming in this new thing. And I see people requesting it already. And not yet. Basically, we're just testing it internally. Pay attention to when a new beta version of the software comes out. It should be in the next beta, I think. But it's just we need to test, make sure it's stable and not, crashing systems and stuff like that. But I think we got it to an area where it's pretty good for sure. And then what we're going to start doing is because... Again, not everybody's scan is going to be in there. Everybody has a different scan and a different way of doing it. But what we're going to do is we're going to take the most kind of popular scans that we can find, and we're going to build those in, understanding that things like, and I see your question about pattern recognition, the bull flag and bear flag is pattern recognition, but that stuff gets harder and harder as things going on, right? Something like 2 moving average crosses is easy, and that's why I actually think that in the long run, unless you pair it with some other stuff, I don't think that's a really good strategy. But pattern recognition is a lot harder mathematically. Just how do you take a picture and then convert it into math kind of thing. But again, Circle, not yet. You'll get it soon when the new beta comes out. Just like everyone else. We got to make sure it's not going to crash anyone's system or blow anything up or anything like that, but it's coming. All right, let's go through. So any new pattern recognition type scanner like the rounded bottom one? No, I really, my scans are kind of stagnant, where they're just kind of working as is. I use a lot of the TI strength stuff, and then that rounded bottom one's pretty good, but I'm really, really boring when it comes to my trading and trading styles. I don't really change too much very, very frequently. Oh, I just got triggered in a trade. One moment here. Again, my trading is so boring that I do a lot of it in the boring parts of the day. I've had this philosophy for a very long time where it's like, hey, if you want to be entertained, there's plenty of things you can do that will cost you way less money. So I'm really, really boring when it comes to my setup. So yeah, no other new scans that I'm using really. Again, I really like the TIA strength stuff because it comes from optimized algorithms. Basically everything I do, I try to take from some sort of statistical test. That's why, right? My website and YouTube channel and all that, I'll just type in hi there, is Stats Edge Trading, because I always like to take the edge of statistics and then apply to it some sort of a technical as a chartered market technician, right? I like to look at it and say, okay, let's look at that thing that has a statistical advantage and make sure it makes sense from a technical point of view. Another question. Hi, Michael. Thanks for taking the time to do the Q&A, starting with a simple one. How do I make a chart follow a particular list where you click on the ticker and it pops up on a chart? Well, just to make sure, so I have this list right up here, right? TI strength. And as I click on it, you see that chart updates. Now, for now, all you have to do is go in under properties and make sure that symbol linking is ticked. Soon, and I guess I might as well just show you guys everything that's going on. Soon, we're going to make it so that you can link different scans to different, or charts, to link different charts to different scans to different top lists, and you'll just do that by making sure that the color is linked. So the blue means linked to all, but an example, if I made it red and then or did I actually make it red? What color did I make it? I made it red, and then I'll make this one red. Then when I click on that updates. So I guess so will this one because it's linked to all. But you can set it up that you'll have different charts linked to different scans, which I think is really, really cool and a much needed little addition to it that I'm really pumped for. Yeah, so you go right click and then under properties, make sure that symbol linking is ticked, and then whatever you click on within Trade Ideas, that will link over for you. Michael N., how are your TI strength alerts going? I have not checked them and I need to. Well, yesterday was amazing for like Macy's, getting a 20% move at a Macy's in a single day. I can't complain. The week before that did well. I actually have on my whiteboard, which I'm pointing to, but I'm not on camera, so I don't know why, on the list to make sure that I update that graphic on the main site. It's been doing very, very well. Ever since we implemented stops and targets, I think people are a lot happier as well. Entries and stops. Just because it helps new traders, which a lot of this is kind of targeted towards as well, where Macy's, again, in the thing, I just said over 24 and boom. I don't know what happened. It's got to be something, right? Macy's can't have like a move like that on its own, right? just on its own. It's got to be some sort of news, but that's so yeah, let's go through them. So again, these are presented to, if you're not a Trade Ideas sub and you're kind of on the fence of giving us a shot and you're in this room, let me just grab it for you. But we have what we call TI strength. So this is an algorithm that I created that essentially is a relative strength kind of portfolio model. And for people who don't know, again, I'm a CMT, so that's every time I describe the CMT to someone, I basically just think of CFA, except for instead of looking at, here it is, instead of looking at companies, you look at stocks. So it's technical analysis instead of fundamental analysis. Same, recognition and that kind of stuff. We learn a lot that the easiest way and the way that's the kind of the most proven to overperform the market in the long run is to always focus on relative strength. And there is this thing within humans that we want to root for the underdog. So we want to find the shittiest stock in the market and we want to buy it and we want that thing to recover and go great. Again, I do it. Probably shouldn't, but we know that it's kind of one of those, like a Newtonian physics type of thing, right? Things that are in motion tend to stay in motion, right? Things that are strong tend to continue to be strong. Things that are weak continue to be weak. And again, this was studying over years and years and years and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of data points. This is what was found. So I worked on building a model that looks for stocks that are strong, which seems easy until you realize that there's probably a million different ways to talk about what is strong, right? So a lot of work, like 6 months or so of work, and I built this system and was able to back test it out 5 years, and every year over the 5 years it outperformed the markets. And it basically just gives you 5 stocks. It's a ranking system, so it takes every stock in the market and it ranks them, which is something cool that Trade Ideas can do. That would be an incredible pain in the ass to try to do yourself, to rank that much data points in that many stocks. But so what it does is let me actually click on it, just to bring up this. So that link that I gave you, again, if you're not already a Trade Ideas member, you get this email to you every Sunday where I just do a little bit of, here's what I think of the market. I said it's very strong, but I would be cautious near all-time highs. Again, that's just my thoughts. There's no statistics to that, and it gives you these top 5 symbols and how they look and where an entry would make sense and where a stop would make sense. I make the stops really wide because it's more portfolio rotation type thing. For my own trading, I use much tighter stops, but this is kind of a for everyone thing. And yeah, there's Macy's, enter at 24, stop at 22, and then things shot up, to 28 yesterday before pulling back a little bit today. So give that a shot, and that's a good way to kind of get you started. So to answer Mike's question there, they've been doing great. Last few weeks have been phenomenal. I think everyone this week, except that, CVS, yeah, they're all above their Mondays open. So it's been a great little portfolio as well. Well, if it's boring and it works, then it's not so boring. Oh, for my comments about how boring I am as a trader. Yeah, again, I'm just very, I have, oh, hold on one second. Athena, here you go, girl. The dog slapping me with her face in the back of my leg because her bed wasn't made. Friggin' spoiled thing. But yeah, I just, it's an old trading adage that if you want excitement, go jump out of a plane, right? If you want to make money, and trade, right? Trade sensibly and, in a way that makes logical sense and, very calm. There's hedge funds out there that will actually, they use like Apple Watches and biometrics and stuff to see if their traders are getting excited at all, and they use it kind of as a, hey, if you're getting excited, you're doing it wrong. So they'll actually have risk managers watch people's biometrics and come in and stop them if they're getting too rowdy on a trade. And I kind of treat it the same way, where it's like, if I'm ever excited, I'm too big. So that's just my boring trading as well. And next question about back testing: is there any way to do it more than 65 days? No, not at this time. And is something that they're looking on, but it's one of those things that we store about 1 million data points a day total. So if we start storing those data points going back a year or so, again, it gets intense. And we're always in this thing where we want to give the most functionality possible, but not make the cost of trade ideas prohibitively expensive. So again, we're battling that, and there may be a solution in the future, but the 65-day backtest window is the longest you can do right now. Question: if you're a TI member, do you get that email or the tips emailed out? You don't get them emailed out, but you actually, if you just come in and between us friends, the system is updated before the email. So ideally, you actually end up getting them, and it's just because of my workflow. I come in on a Saturday night or a Sunday morning, and I do all the math and write up the email and send it out, and then I update in the system. So if you go to your channel bar and you click strength alerts, you actually get what I've written out right here. It pops up. It's hard to show you guys because it actually just pops up in the corner, but this window actually pops up as you load up that channel. So you guys get it as well, and you get it a few hours early. So I would just go in, I would say 9 times out of 10 Sunday morning, it's going to be there, right? If I've had a really bad or really good Saturday night, maybe it's going to be Sunday afternoon or so. But because the email hits everybody's at 7 Eastern on Saturday, it's got to be up before then, because I have to have it done before then. So if you're interested, go check it out there. Everybody gets it. It doesn't really matter that you get it a little bit early because the market's closed, but everybody gets it on Sunday at the very least. And then again, as a Trade Ideas member, you have the benefit of not only getting this, but you get to go in and set them with charts here. You could even use Brokerage Plus if you wanted to set up the orders in advance, right? You could go in. Oh, I'm not connected to a brokerage. Hold on. New Brokerage Plus. Right. If I connect to simulated trading, geez, I got to reset the simulated portfolio at some point. What am I in? I'm in all kinds of stuff on this. But yeah, you can go in and you could even set these alerts or set these orders early if you wanted to, and have them all kind of set up and ready for Monday morning. Yeah, so just looking for the return details on TI Strength. Let me open up here. It's actually right on the main Trade Ideas Strength alerts. Oops. So here we go. So I have to update this because it's a little bit dated. I think it's going to turn out to be a little bit better. But here's so you can go, and I'll just give you this link as well if you want to just look at that graph for yourself. But here's the performance. And again, it's not one of those things that it's buying. I just want to express, because some people think that, it's going to be picking low float, crazy type things. These things are the strongest performing stocks in their sector, and usually you don't get that with kind of junkier stocks. So if you're the kind of person who you want to make 30, 40, 50% return in a week or whatever, well, good luck, first of all. And second of all, it's just going to take a little bit of, it's just not really the thing for that, right? They're more slower, again, boring kind of stocks. But there's the overall return versus the SPY. You can see it's not perfect. It's not magic. We're not trying to hide anything with those things. It just kind of grinds. It just outperforms, right? Every time there's a market correction, it seems to correct a little less, which is good. And that's just the concept of relative strength, right? During the 2020 pandemic crash, it spent a lot of time on things in Zoom and Netflix and things like this that not necessarily did well, but did less poorly than the market, which from a long only portfolio, that's what you want. And this is, again, just a pure dumb back test. So my hope is always that you're going to use your trading eye, and you're going to kind of surpass that. Pop-up blocker shouldn't matter because it's in the app itself. You might want to email in support there if you're not getting that, because it should just pop up. Now make sure it's not getting hidden somewhere, like under under an app or under something like that. I can't share the TI strength scan just because it's pointed to a symbol list, but I can show you. If you right click on any top list and you go into configure, and then you go into symbol lists on this tab right here. And then if it's not in here, you just click add existing list. And then this will open up a little box, and then you just go down and find it near the bottom. You can see TI strength. And then TI strength archive is basically anything in the last 2 months or so that made it there as well. But yeah, TI strength right here. And then you just click that and then make sure only following list is clicked. That's why I wouldn't share correctly, because I think it would just give you a giant empty list. Another way to do it, again, is just open up a new channel bar. And then under that channel bar, just go to strength alerts, which has got this kind of comic book wham pow look to it. And you'll get them all right there. Personally, this week, I took that Macy's trade. Again, I obviously wish it was bigger and all of that. And I got out 99% of it yesterday. If we base sideways for a few days and continue, I'll let you know. But it's one of those things on Macy's. I'm not going to look a 20% gain in the mouth, because that's a big move for that stock. ETNG is one that I'm watching over this candle's high right here, which I think is like, no, this one. Yeah, 131, basically, to call it even. I got an alert set there that it will yell at me if it gets there. Always monitor my trades, guys. Sorry. Again, I don't do anything for the first 2 hours of the day, which I know is extreme, but all my swing trading I do in the afternoon, and then we go from there, right? Thoughts on two names. AI and docs. AI. Software. AI provides enterprise artificial intelligence digital software. So, you got to know that this is kind of the opposite of relative strength right here. You've gotten absolutely obliterated from 200 down to 50. Now, maybe that means that there's a short covering rally coming. For me, I would say $50 is your level on this. I don't know if I would touch it before then, personally. Docs. Oh, see, this one looks a little better. Custom computer, more AI people. Online platform for medical professionals. Yeah, so here you've got kind of an extended bull flag, and the benefit of this is that you've got your IPO right here, or de-SPAC, or however it came public. What I always like to do is draw an anchored VWAP line. So this purple line that's here now, if you want to know more about anchored VWAP, Brian Shannon from alphatrends.net is kind of the godfather here. But what this is it basically shows the average price of a market participant for wherever you anchor it to. So for example, if I go up to this one, and then I go up to this high right here, and I click on that guy, basically it says if you basically dollar cost averaged in from the high here at 100, your average price is like $85. And often you'll notice these things act as support and resistance as people kind of defend these levels that they deem important. So the anchored VWAP from the IPO or de-SPAC or however this thing came public is just a little bit overhead there. So I would kind of look at that and say, well, if we get above that, it's right at like $75. If it gets right above that, that might be interesting. But then you also have the anchored VWAP from the IPO, which is also the 50-day moving average. So you got a lot of stuff going on at about 80. So again, for me, I would set an alert at 80 and see what it looks like when it gets there. Again, personal opinion, not investment advice. I am just some guy on the series of tubes talking to you guys. Yeah, you can do some of that same analysis, right? So if we look at ENTG and then say, okay, well, what about the average market participant from highs on this? And we click on that and you can see, yeah, okay, well, we broke through it on this candle. So the average market participant from these highs now up money. And then you can also say, okay, well, let's look at it from this low. Well, the average, same area, right? The average market participants doing fine there. And then they're, again, doing fine. They're all in the same area. So it's like 125, 124. So I look at it and I say, hey, it's over, as long as it's over this 124, most market participants are happy. And happy people are less likely to sell their stock than angry people. Virtual desktops everywhere. Got it. You look at H1. I don't even know what that is. So no, I don't look at H1. Never heard of that one. It's one of those, there's so many different, pivot points, technical indicators, that type of thing that, again, my theory is always you got to have a written trading plan that you've tested and that kind of makes sense for you. And if that works and that shows kind of whatever it is that you want it to show, then great. And if not, then, it's time for a new plan. What's this F-Tech still doing? Ooh, that's a good swing. obviously, which I was much, much bigger in that one. Oh, H1 as in hour one. Got it. No, well, hourly charts don't make much sense to me anyway for a market that's open 6.5 hours a day. Right, that's another Brian Shannon ism. But it makes sense to me, right? It's open 6.5 hours a day. It means one of those candles is getting a little more love than the other. So 30-minute, I think, would probably make more sense from a swing trading point of view. But for me, again, keep it simple, keep it basic. I look at the daily chart. I get the merit for sure of zooming in and saying, okay, well, right, this thing had a little high here, and then right, it fell off that area here, and I get that. You get a little bit more granularity. But for me, again, it's everything I do has been back tested, so that I know that if X occurs, there's a good probability that Y will occur, and then I then filter with my trading eye to make sure that that's kind of something that makes a lot of sense. OCGN was in this one a while ago, I do believe. Can't remember when, but I remember making money off this. $8 seems interesting, right? I think as long as you're above kind of $8, gaps are always a good area for support and resistance, right? If you see a gap like that, you can say, okay, well, as long as we're above that gap, at least you know where your out would be. If we start selling into that gap and down, well, it's probably not going to be a good one, right? So, I would look at something like this and say, oh, well, $8 was kind of really important in through here. You can see that kind of back here, and then had some troubles with it here. And then you've got this nice little window to play with on this OCGN. So for me, it'd be, over 8, you're fine. Under 8, probably time to pack it up. But every time I see this kind of intraday look, and then it kind of basing here, this is, this without a doubt a bear flag, right? If you see something that goes like this and then like that, right, that's a bear flag on that time frame. So it'd have a lot to go to kind of recover the hit it took there. But again, below you've got this gap. So for me, it's one of those things I don't mind taking any trade as long as I know exactly where my out is, and my out isn't that far away relative to what I think I could potentially get. Charge point? Yeah, charge point's interesting. It's coming off the bottom here. It's going to move with a lot of the rest of them, right? So keep like Neo, Go EV, right? Lithium names, things like that. Keep them all at what ride. Is ride still the worst stock in the world? Yeah, kind of. So yeah, charge point's going to go along with a lot of that stuff. So looks okay to me. You're smacking right into the 50-day. 10% short float on it, right? So you got some shorts that may want to take profits at some point because they've had a pretty great move on it recently. And this is kind of interesting too. I always kind of like this look where you've got this, right, $20 a big area, and then it crashes below that area and then starts to trade above it again. You can call it a bear trap. Wyckoff bottom is something to look up. Richard Wyckoff was one of those old school like Charles Dow technicians, and basically he talked about this kind of pattern all the time where you'd have a clear support and clear resistance area, and then when we kind of go and under test that and then we start trading up, that might be time for some accumulation before it breaks that upper support. But right, and it's one of those things that psychologically to us can make a lot of sense why this would be significant, because there was probably a lot of stops under that area, and then there was probably a lot of people pounding in short under that area saying, hey, okay, support's breaking, let's go. Now all of the longs that sold are now pissed and they might come to buy it back. And a lot of the shorts that shorted are now underwater, and they might start covering again. So another Brian Shannon ism. Geez, guy should pay me for it's old. Like, he was one of those things. He's like a trading mentor of mine before he even knew I existed. But he had a quote that I loved, which is just, from failed moves come fast moves, right? So if everybody's looking at a thing and everybody is taking a bet based off that thing, then the other side of that can sometimes be the best trades. In my opinion, what I've noticed is that, like, everybody, so I had like my best trade in a very, very long time short Bitcoin when El Salvador started accepting it. And it was just kind of a, Bitcoin has this sell the news mantra of it, right? Where it's just, that's what it does, is you buy the rumor and you sell the news on Bitcoin. It just seems to happen over and over again. So what I did is I just said, okay, well, let me look for some technical levels to break. And when they did, and El Salvador was launching it, I took that short. And it was one of those, everybody was looking at this thing to rally based off this, without a doubt, incredibly positive news. And when it doesn't, a lot of the people go running for the exit. So that's kind of what I'm seeing, I guess, to actually answer your question in charge point, right? Is that if we, so, I always like picking a number just because it makes life simple. So, you could say charge point's interesting. And again, I'm looking at it from a swing trading point of view. If you're looking at it from day trading, it's way different. But you could say, hey, as long as we're over $20, or, if you zoom into the intraday chart, you could say whatever this level is right here. It's at 1950. As long as we're over that level, we're probably fine. And if we start making closes under that level, it's probably time to move on and look for the next one. CVS, it's funny because CVS was the one that I liked the look of the best with this TI strength. And it's, I think, the only one that's not, well, I guess it technically hasn't triggered yet. The trigger was right over here. Same with ENTG was the other one that I think that hasn't triggered, but I just really like the, we have a very long-term base going on in here. So I think, maybe if we break this level, that gives us the catalyst to breaking that level. And then maybe we take a run at highs, which is $90. So you get in 85 and you get out at 90. And $5 a share would be a great little trade for that. Nearly a 10% gainer, again, on boring name. And then you got to mix it up, right? So I'm in some of this boring stuff, but then I'm also in this FTech, which needs to go. I want 25% is a great day, but I want one of those. I've never been in one of those that have gone from like $2 to $20 in 3 days. So, the year's coming to an end. That'd be a nice way to round out the portfolio return. Just get one of those monsters. So if anyone has, well, what's their float? 23 million shares, $2 in the float. So they're worth about 40 million. Yeah. So if anyone could just like dump like 20 million into this at market for me, that'd be great. Just, right, load up $20 million in your E-Trade account and just hit the market go button. Buy, 10 million shares of stock on the ask. That'd be great. I'll put some orders up around $5. I'll get right on that. Thanks, man. Just make sure, again, it's not, I don't want you sneaking in or out, right? I want it all in one order on the ask right now. I only had one of those days. 31K profit in a short. Oh, that's great. Good for you. Now, no, I've had big dollar trades for sure, of course, but I just mean like every now and then Barry comes in here, he's like, oh, do you see this stock? It went from $1.70 to like $50 today. And because I trade so boringly, I don't notice those things. I've cut them out of my life, like a drug addict, getting off that kind of stuff. It's one of those things. It's fun, but I always think the real trading money, at least for me, and my mentality, which I think is the most important part, is like, what is your mentality? What is your way of thinking? Thinking Fast and Slow is a phenomenal book, one that changed my life and my trading forever. And basically the concept was there's people who are very reactionary, think if they're playing video games, they're playing like the first person shooter, and they're able to process information and make decent guesses of what to do next quickly. And then there's slow thinkers, and those are your chess players and things like this. And that's more of my mentality. So discovering that, I said, okay, well, let me just go to slower stuff that takes longer to work out and just more consistent. And where Barry would be one of those fast thinkers where he's able just to, see a stock and quickly make a decision. So, again, my big gains just take much, much longer than, but yeah, I just want one of those, like just a 10x in like a day would be nice. While I'm out walking the dog, so I don't have the opportunity to sell. It's not too much to ask, right? 10 times your money in a single day. That's perfectly reasonable. Let's see what's going on here. Let's talk about just a day trade I just took, I guess. Or not, sorry, not a day trade. It took a swing trade that I'm interested in. I looked over and I saw it there and I thought I got triggered, but I didn't. But this LICY, it's some sort of Canadian, Go Team Canada, lithium ion battery. Andy was talking about this, so he brought it to my attention. It's a really nice looking chart. We've got the IPO price here at $12. Right, let me just draw that over. Right, so we got $12 going on here, and then back here, and then over here again. So I've got this one on watch. I've got a stop limit in place at 12.01. So we break $12, it will get me into the trade. Hopefully we do one of these quick pops to 14 or something, but again, this is going to move with things like the charge point and the Neo, right? All of these green energy type plays. And let's take a look at, again, this is the window that's coming to you guys soon, but let's take another look at this and let's see what TI strength. Oops. You guys won't have all these options. It will basically be a drop down. You'll have your scans. I think will be great for most, where it's very, very, here you go. So top one is FRO. It's interesting. BLU. Bellis Health, another Canadian company, Go Team Canada. GGAL. So this is one from the TI strength alerts right here, and it's still showing up. What's interesting is when I did this on the weekend, they weren't like way up there, but both AMC and GME was on the list, which, I thought was hilarious, but right, relative strength is relative strength. Revolve, which is great, which I'm in. Lulu. Whoa. Lulu's a $400 stock now? That's crazy. Last time I looked at Lulu, yeah, now we're getting a little bit more like it. Last time I looked at Lulu, I thought it was like $100. Man, the yoga pants business. Jeez, I should get into trading and into yoga pants production. So, all right, everyone, we've got another 15 minutes to go before Mike C pipes back up again, usually just to kick me out. He likes to show me the door. Questions about trading, trade ideas. I know we got our test drive going on, so I figured there'd be a lot of newer type people. I hope that means that they've all figured out the software. Like we know, the software is complicated and it takes a bit to learn, and we're trying to work on simplifying it, right? The docked layout, I think, really helps simplify things. We're working on, like TI Strength. It just says, hey, you're into swing trading, look at these 5 names. You've got some math here. So we're working constantly to try to make it simpler and simpler. But one of the reasons that we like to do this is, again, we know the software is complex, and we know that the users who are willing to kind of come in and ask questions and do this, they're going to be the people that are going to be with us for a while. Anyway, I always say it all the time that I think intellectual curiosity is what makes a great trader. People who think that they know what's up are usually the ones that get hammered. And people who are always trying to figure out what's up, I think, are the people who do the best. Because not to use myself an example, because I'm no god at this, but I always love listening to what other people have to do and learning, because I think you get to a point where you're like, oh, you're never going to fully figure this out. Like this anchored VWAP thing is something that I've just recently added. Oh, in our trader chat there, someone's taking an eye on DD. Ooh, DD looks very interesting. So then I love, right? So if you had followed the who shall not be named, who told you to buy DD on the IPO, and you dollar cost average into it, your average price is like 10. Right? But it's one of those, you got your clear... You got a clear support area right here, about 750, where you're wrong. And then I just like this little pop-off lows and then this kind of sideways. So you get a little flag going on here. Let's take the volume off. I don't look at volume myself personally. This is just a pre-built channel. I don't even look at, let's take that off. I use the 8 EMA and I use RSI, and I really don't use them very much. But here is actually a good for that RSI divergence I talked about, where, again, you can see the price is generally speaking going down, and at the same time, the RSI is always increasing. Again, just like anything in trading, doesn't mean anything on its own, but it just kind of points to the fact that, hey, maybe the sellers are running out of momentum and running out of ability as well. So Grant saying, yeah, software is nice, but yeah, complicated. It is a very hard line to walk of, you have one side that's saying, and different people, like some people are, I want to be able to look at the 13.5 EMA across the 87th and 3/4 EMA, and they want insanely granular customization, and that's an extreme example, right? We know that, again, testing EMA crosses don't kind of in the long run don't work very well, but combined with other things, they could do fine. But then it's, so we've got the really, really people who want to get super, super granular with everything and customize everything so it's absolutely perfect to them. And then we have the other side who, they just want, right, show me the stocks that are moving, or, the basic setup. Show me stocks pulling back, show me stocks breaking out, show me stocks doing, right, basic, high volume types of these things. So, right, it's that line that we always try to walk. And the channel bar is, our best attempt right now to do it, where we can say, hey, pre-built scans on the channel bar, here you go. You got TI Strength, you've got the AI, you've got all this pre-built stuff, but then you can go and build your own as well. Yeah, Mike C's talking about the kind of wedge looking pattern like this, kind of like that, getting tighter and tighter and tighter. It's just, it's with China kind of actively trying to tank their economy, or at least it appears to be. It's nervous. It makes me nervous for sure. Grant saying, problem is when you configure it to back test the day before, it might not work the next day if you want to be perfect. There's no such thing. You're right, man. No, that wasn't Grant. That was David. Yeah, 100%. That's a really wise statement there. Actually, one of my favorite non trading books that traders should read is called Golf Isn't a Game of Perfect. And it's that same kind of philosophy where, if you start your golf game and you go, okay, I am going for a hole in one on every single hole. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to try for a perfect game. Well, you're going to lose, right? You're going to get destroyed. There's going to be times where it was way smarter to go, right, just hit the fairway and then hit right, and then to go around and to not go for perfect. And it's a great book just because, again, it's talking about, it's nothing to do with trading, but it's a lot of the same concept. And it's the same way when my trading really, really started to pick up. And I again, anyone who's heard me before is probably bored with this, but I say it all the time, is that the moment I kind of internalized the fact that my win rate for the rest of my trading career is going to be like 55 to 60%. And that's it, right? Once I internalized that, okay, Mike, you can work really, really hard and maybe you'll get from 60 to 66% win rate. And then I actually sat down with a pen and piece of paper. I did the math. I said, or I could focus my time from going from a 1-to-1 risk reward to a 2-to-1 risk reward to a 2.5-to-1 risk reward, and then basically just extrapolated out the account values and profits from that. And I said, holy shit, right? It was one of those things that you're so much better off focusing on risk reward, just managing risk, keeping losses small and trying to get the most out of those winners than you are really, really focusing on win rate, which again is a lot of what new traders do, is they focus, hey, I want to be right 70, 80, 90% of the time. And a lot of this had to do with the fact that with Trade Ideas and with some other places I consult with and everything, I was able to travel all over the place and talk to tons and tons of really, really great traders, people who I consider just way, way better than I am. And, when you ask them, they said, yeah, my win rate's like 60%. They like all of them. So it's like, okay, well, if the masters are fine being there, maybe they're on to something. And again, it was one of those light switch moments, right? Where you're like, oh, okay, well, let me stop in my back tests and in my trading, let me stop caring about my win rate and just really focusing in on risk reward. And then just like, boom, like everything just started to kind of click from there, where it helped psychologically because, if you're basically acceptant of the fact that you're only going to be right half the time, makes it way easier to take your losers. You're just okay with going, oh, that was a loser. That sucked. That's 1.5, right? It also means that when you're entering the trade, you're really managing risk because, again, that there's a 50% chance you're probably going to get stopped out. And then if you plan everything for a 50-50 win rate or even less, and then all of a sudden you end up doing better than that, then that's great. So that's, again, with my thing, that's what I look at. Like Tilray, for example, it's a crappy looking chart, but it's a great example of this RSI divergence we were talking about, right? Stock's been getting hammered. And if you look at this low, and then compare it to that low, the RSI is turning up. So it's this declining wedge kind of pattern. So then I look at that and say, well, okay, so if it breaks this downtrend line and I get involved at, say, 11, and my stop's going to be under 10, so I'm going to risk $1. In my head, I say, okay, what's the probability I could get $2, which is, 13? So I'm going to enter here. I'm going to risk there. And my profit target's going to be up here. And that's it. If I can do that over and over and over again, and you just run the math, if I'm risking 1 to make 2, I only have to be right 25% of the time, and my account breaks even. Every percentage point over a 25% correct win rate is money in your pocket. If it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, then you get a 50% win rate, you have a 2-to-1 risk reward, then over time you're laughing, knowing that you're going to get win streaks where you feel like a god, and you're going to get lose streaks where you feel like shit. And then all along the way, again, you'll just be adding to your account. I like the 8 EMA in the daily. Reminds me of Scott Ryler with T3. Indicator of, yeah, so that's what I use. So you notice, yeah, I got the 8 EMA, and this is more or less what my charts usually look like, just 8 EMA and RSI. And yeah, I use it for the same purpose. The idea is pointing up, bullish, going sideways, and price closing above and below it. It's neutral, so it's either building a base or it's just stay out. For me, what I'll use it a lot for is a trailing stop. What am I in? Yeah, LYV, right? So I bought some LYV right above $100 a share. All right, you can see how cleanly it's kind of been riding this 8. Again, I don't think there's any magic between this. I know Steve uses a 10 SMA. It's all going to be about the same. But I will simply say, okay, if we close below this 8 EMA, that's where I'm going to get out. So if today this thing sells off and it closes below this, then I'm going to get out. And then eventually, if you were long kind of anywhere in this area, it just a close below it allowed you to stay in. So like Equifax, I would love to say that I followed this one perfectly, but this was a TI strength alert right in here. So emailed out to everybody, hey, you should take a look at this. I bought it, and again, I would love to say that I didn't fall victim to worrying about giving back my profits, but if you had just stayed in this whole thing, you can see how well it rides. So that may have been a close below, right? You could have gotten out there, but the thing just kind of grinded up. So just, again, just a simple way to say, hey, should I remain in the stock? Is it closing above the 8 EMA? Yes, let me stay. And then no, let me go. And again, anything that takes emotion out of trading, I'm all for. But again, if you're a longer term hold guy, maybe a 20 makes sense. If you're a shorter term hold guy, maybe a 5 period makes sense. Just whatever your particular style is. I'm not one that says, hey, yeah, this RSI looks good for resistance and this one's good for support and all of that kind of stuff. I think it's just a nice way it's like a guide, right? If it's pointing up, okay, we're in an uptrend. Let's see if I can grab a pullback in that uptrend. All right, so Barry has just booted me out. So once again, nice having you all. I'm here every Tuesday if you want to come hang out with me. If you don't want to hang out with me, don't worry. There's a different person here for the rest of the week. So come on by and you get a different trader every day. And I will talk to you guys soon. As always, I'm just going to write hi again. You can click on me there. And if you want to go, I think you can you? Oh, well, if you Google Stats Edge Trading, you can find out more about me, my Twitter, and all that kind of stuff. So I will talk to you guys soon.
All right, so you guys can hear me on YouTube, or is Michael still there? Oops. Yeah, I remember a day when you couldn't short Tilray at Interactive Brokers, but you're right, there are tons of shorts available, 3.26 million shorts. So those of you in YouTube, you may have missed all the action on the MGTX. Just before I went on my break, I was saying, guys, watch this on a 19 break. Watch, 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 watch. Look at that 19 break. Almost straight up from 19 to 2041 before it pulled back. Caval, guys, KAVL, testing that 250 level again. So Grant, I read I don't know how Michael answered you. I read one of your comments that it can be complicated. I think that what's happening with you, I may be wrong, is that you're trying to learn everything, and you don't have to with trade ideas. You don't have to. You don't have to know every single. What does everything mean? All you have to do is create an alert. A couple of price like an alert or a top list, and you should be able to do that. And forget about all the other options within trade ideas. I mean, I don't use them all. I think that is what's it's picture a word. Just a minute, please. So the documentation for, say, Word, MS Word, okay? I mean, look at the manual. It's huge. I mean, would you? And I'll bet though, if you're printing, you don't care about anything in the manual. All you care about is how do I print? Maybe how do I change my font? How do I change maybe a color? That's about it. That's for most people. That's all they need. But they give you a manual because with a lot of different options because they have millions upon millions of customers, and so different customers have different needs. But I think all you have to do is create an alert window. That's it. Look at this, guys, KAVL on the move. It just made a new high here. Now, 285. Boy, if I can take out 285, look out. This could be really interesting tomorrow. I mean, look at the volume. And there is no news today for it. Yeah, just start off with a simple, or take one of my scans, or just start off with a simple alert window, something that you think you might, and that's it. Put a price range in, maybe put a minimum volume. I mean, you're right. You can make trade ideas as hard as you want it to be. By thinking you've got to, I'm not just talking to you, but to other people who may be listening and looking at the manual, now that we have a nice manual and all of the alerts and filters we have, and thinking, how can I learn them all? Well, you don't have to learn them all. We just give you a lot of them because, we've got thousands of customers, again, all sorts of different trading styles. So we think that we've got enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Oh, I had myself on mute. And Tank, good to see you again with your proper nickname. Guys, round two might be coming up for MGTX. It had the big pullback, sort of a big blow off top. Looks like it's trying to come back. Okay, OLB, guys, is actually maybe, if it can take this out right here, this area right here, what is it at now, 550? You can kind of see there's a lot of stuff happening right around that 550 mark. You know, if it can take it out, maybe 555, 553, I'll set an alert there. It's probably going to trigger immediately. I want to see it on volume though. You know, the volume is picking up. You can see the volume is picking up on the 2-minute chart. It picked up on the 5-minute chart. This candle is just starting. It's 110 now, so this candle is just starting. So, you know, I wouldn't be eager. I wouldn't try to anticipate that it's going to break out. But if it does, you can see what happened. Pre-market got up to 720. So, you know, that's, in fact, well, there, okay, it just took out 553. Just do it. I can't do that, Zach. You're talking about OLB, or you're talking about Hootie? Just do it. Okay, let's see what it looks like. See if I could possibly do it. How can I do it? Look how extended it is. I gotta have some rules. The OLB though, I mean, look at the 15-minute chart, guys. So the next level, I mean, it's not wonderful because I think there's probably some resistance right around 570 also, 570, 573. So it's not wonderful, even if it breaks out of here, because it could stall just 20 cents away. Oh, I know that you're long, IG. Of course I do. Of course I do. You never let me forget it. It's a major league pullback, though. I mean, from all the way up here, 721, all the way down here. You know, I had to, well, I'll call it this. Had the news. I don't want to label it as great news because the market did not think that much of it. You know, once the initial euphoria wore off. But, and it's a very low float, 4.5 million in the float. So, you know, I always say it like this, anything can happen. I mean, it can explode or it could, really sink. But right now, see if it really takes this level out, get some volume. But see the volume? I want to see a big volume bar in the 15. Get some enthusiasm into this stock right now. Yeah, I've no. I mean, what you're asking me about the ETTX, you're asking me sort of to comment on the press release, and then wondering, well, why is it down? Obviously, doesn't matter. I say this all the time. Doesn't matter what we think. We get a press release, we think, my goodness, that's fantastic. Look at the wonderful news, but the market doesn't feel the same way. It's really that simple. If you're asking me why, I have no idea. I mean, it's a relatively low float again. It's a little bio, a little one. You can see where it got to. Just did not want to take out this 350 mark. It did after hours yesterday, but just look at the reaction. I mean, there was, again, initial, oh wow, look at this, but it just sold off. It kept selling off pre-market, sold off as the market opened. You can think, and again, I'm using not just you in this example, but I mean, we can think what we want about a press release. We can look at it and go, well, this is impossible that this is happening. But it's happening in front of you real time, isn't it? This is the market reaction, whether it makes sense or not. Now, does that mean tomorrow it doesn't turn around? I have no idea. Yeah, you're right, Real. I mean, look, I always want to, I don't mind seeing the news, but I don't get seduced by it into thinking that's the most wonderful news in the world. I don't care what it's doing, it's got to go up. Even if it's tanking, it's got to go up eventually. And then you get situations like a KALV. And you look for the news and there's nothing. There's no news. I'm sorry, the wrong one. KAVL. That's not a bad one though. There's no volume yet. KAVL. So you look and you try to find some news, and there is no news that I can see on it for today. But for whatever reason, traders got interested in it after hours. Maybe there's something more obscure, but I just don't see any headline news on it. And then held in the pre-market and exploded once the market opened on no news. So you have to go figure that one also. Guys, the AVIR looks like this might be it. It's now through 15 again. I know I had a price alert set here, and I think oh, I know what happened. It triggered, so I removed all the triggered. So it triggered, and then it popped back up over 15. But it's, if you're going to do this one, I wouldn't take too many shares because it's pretty volatile. And the next support area down here might be around 1430 from 1482. So if you're looking to short this, you could conceivably, put a stop around the whole number, maybe 1512 or so, right there, and then with the expectation that it could get down to that 1420 level. So that risk reward would be fine if it worked out that way. All right, guys. Not getting too many new alerts now. So let's take a look at how my watch list did today. Never ask a question unless you know the answer. And I know the answer. So look at KAVL. So KAVL from my watch list, even if you just took it out at 250, there's the original alert at 9:45. The alert was at 210. That was the price. That's why I organize it like this, so you can kind of go back and see, okay, what happened from the initial alert. The HX 708. Before it pulled back at all, it got up to 760, pulled back, pulled up, and then got up to 810. This one I know did not work from the get-go. 1335. But you never know. Later, I mean, just look at this daily chart, guys. I mean, can you just see that if it can break out, and it could happen tomorrow, because there's the 200-day moving average at 1562. So you're talking about, what's that, about 340 away, and that's the next high is up here also. You can just kind of see that maybe it's just resting today, and if it accelerates tomorrow, look at the gap fill. So, I mean, that's something, just stick a price alert on it. 1344 or even 1355. I mean, it doesn't matter. Give up 10 cents. I mean, you're talking about something that can move $3 maybe. And then, of course, I know this one worked. MGTX 918. The high yesterday was 917. That is the trigger. So from 918, 2041. So I think I can put a big check mark on my watch list for today. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else happening? I'm trying to look at some of my thumbnailed ones. I don't see any. So there's the OLB. It did not take out that 550 with any oomph. No volume came in. See what happened? I mean, the volume started to pick up a little bit, and then it's just drifted down. Why get into it now? Unless, yes, you think it's going to do something long term. But if you're talking about it as an intraday trade, why get into this now? I mean, look at the volume. I mean, it's just, big volume at the beginning, and it's just tapered off completely. I mean, that's what, when Real is saying fundamental, he's not saying you look at a chart and somehow, it's just that the chart basically, in my opinion, overwrites any fundamentals that you might think you know. The chart is telling you, I mean, the market doesn't lie, okay? The chart is telling you what is happening. I'm not just talking about OLB, but, well, I could talk about OLB. I mean, big news, pre-market, what did it say? Launch a Bitcoin mining operation, explodes higher, okay? News seemed fantastic. It broke through the 200-day moving average. Looked like, why would it, but why does it do this? Market didn't care that much. It's just that simple. Market didn't care that much, at least right now. I'm not saying later on it doesn't pick up steam, but it just didn't care that much. Is it trading now? BITO? Not that I want to, but I don't see it is yet. CRAN, unless I have to do a reboot, which I'm not going to. It still says financial instrument is not available for trading, unless I've got a block in my account or something. Okay, maybe I have to do a reboot, but I'm not going to. Um, I have no idea. I have no idea. Is that a complex instrument? But it's not really crypto. It's just an ETF. I mean, that's the whole idea. It's just an ETF. Yeah, no, I know it's available on other brokerage platforms. I'm just kind of stunned that it's not available for me anyway right now at IB. Not that I want to take the trade. Hmm. Well, I would have thought it would say then it's not available in your account or something. But anyway, I'll see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, I'm talking about BITO, IJA, not OLB. Talking about BITO. I think, yeah, Ignacio, I know what you're saying. In fact, that was in the article I read. They were saying kind of the same thing. I think, yeah, but there are a number of people out there that just like the quote unquote security of maybe going through a big exchange. I know it doesn't make sense necessarily. Fleur. Wow, straight up on the 15s, and really nice, just a little jog down a couple of times in the 2s. And you're right, coming into that 200-day moving average for FLR. No, for me, Vicky, no. No. You probably asked as a feature request, and they said, "Yeah, we'll pass it on." And it's probably been months ago. Yeah, they're not big on adding. They're not big on adding new filters or alerts. I can say that right now. It comes from the top down. Well, yeah, BITO is open for trading. I just can't trade it at IB, but it's definitely open for trading. And Seems to be in other brokerage platforms. Unless you're right, there is a way in which I can. It's a complex instrument. I have to make a selection saying allowing me to trade a complex. It's an ETF for gosh sakes. So is that kind of your four bar pullback max on a 5 minute chart for KAVL? I still think it's got to, for me to get really interested in this again, it's got to take out 285. Look at the volume, man! It's just pouring in still. I don't think anything of it. I don't use it. Me, Anthony. I don't. I don't use it. So I've. That's not to disparage it at all. I just don't. I just don't use it. I know about it, but I don't use it at all. Are we talking the same stock, or was it the one I accidentally put up there? KAVL. I have the 200-day at 13. I think it was the other one that I accidentally put up. Not that one. I think it was KALV, KALV. No. So I don't know which one you're talking about, Real, because unless it's a different time frame. Yeah, so Anthony, I don't, yeah, I think Vicky's right. I mean, this is more long term, that's more long term perspective than certainly my short term perspective. RPRX. Aha. So this is another one of those that, let's see, are shorts available? Yes, they are. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 7.6 million. So what's the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 38.51. So it's actually pretty close to the high yesterday, and the high the day before that was 38.48. So, it's getting into this area. I mean, obviously, if it took that out, maybe, but it looks like it, if it doesn't, it's going to stall right there and maybe move down again. I think that's what you're looking at, right, Zach? In terms of a potential short. Western Union. Wow, I saw this one a couple of days ago when it was moving higher. Now look at it. I mean, wiping out all these gains in the last 4 days, just like that. WU. All right, well, look at the volume that came in to snap on that news. High yesterday was 70, really, is that all? 79.30, so it's about $1 away. I'm interested, but I still am going to be stubborn on the KAVL. Guys, I was short this Azul earlier in the day and I got out of it. Man, though, look at this, just a run down. Let's see what PBR is doing. Not really sure why I got out of it. PBR. So PBR is actually bouncing. I thought maybe it had something to do with Brazil because PBR was moving down. Because I don't think the rest of the airlines are getting slammed as much as Azul is. Yeah. I mean, they had the drop, but Azul is just getting crushed here. I'm trying to think of why I got out of it. Okay, real, I don't know what you're talking about. You're not talking about the 200-day moving average. You can't be, right? Unless Trade Ideas has got something really out of whack. Because I have $13 for the 200-day moving average. Is that right? Okay, well then there's okay, then our data, usually our data is pretty good with the moving averages. Okay. Well, if you've got Schwab and TOS, how about somebody with TDA or another brokerage? Well, 222 is that's a little, but well, something's got to be out of whack then. 13. Let me just. So that's interesting. So Fidelity shows it at 13.25. This is interesting, guys. I mean, now we're sort of split 50-50. So I'm not really sure what to make of it. TC 2000 is 13.20. So I don't know what to say, guys. I mean, we're now it's 3-2 with the 13. I mean, if we count back 200 days, I mean, yeah, I would think it's going to be higher than 250. I mean, you just go back 200 days. I mean, the price is way up here. So I don't know what to say. No, Meta, no. The question in our YouTube room is there a metric to estimate how big of a deal news is? So no, not from us anyway. Your interpretation, because that's the whole thing, isn't it? Your interpretation of news and mine might be completely different. You know what interprets the news? The chart. We've been talking about that. The chart tells you what the news is. So, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that you look at news, it looks great. You think, oh, fantastic, but the chart is telling you something else. That's what really, that's your only barometer. You think so, real? Okay. I mean, I'm looking here, one set, but I mean, remember, we got to go back 200 days. I mean, there was a lot of activity at six. I get the fact that it was up to 1360. I do see that. That seems a little crazy. I would have thought it'd be more, definitely above 250, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. Um, we'll see what happens. I'm just waiting to see if it breaks 285. Well, we do have a news tab. The single stock window made it. We have a news tab. Okay, so you want to click. So if you click on an alert, you can click on the news tab to see if there's any news on it for the day. But news is, open to a lot of different interpretation. Just look at the chart. The chart is telling you, the reaction to the news. Wow, look at this XAir. Another one that's just getting trounced here. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Look, no real reaction in the pre-market. starting to show up on the 10, well, it was showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown at 956. And coming into, I mean, look at the 200-day way down here. Yeah, I don't. I just don't pay any attention to that sort of stuff, Meta. I mean, now listen. I mean, the MGTX. I'm talking to Meta in the YouTube room. I mean, over the weekend, Barron's had a big favorable article on them. There's your reaction, okay? However, there could have been no reaction, but there is a reaction for MGTX on a very favorable article over the weekend in Barron's. So there obviously, I mean, otherwise there's couldn't really see any other reason for this pop. So I'm not saying news is to be discounted. I'm just saying when you see news, you can't necessarily, I mean, over the weekend, I wasn't thinking, oh, wow, this is going to really make this pop. I mean, it happened that it did, but I'm not going to guess that it's going to. The chart will tell you. The chart will tell you. Look at, I'm not trying to dump on Hija, but I mean, look at OLB this morning. Big news, right? Big, huge news. And I'm not saying it's not going to ultimately turn this into a huge, a bigger news story than it is right now. But look at the news. The news came in, popped all the way up here. But when the market opened, even before the market opened, it started selling off. And now this is the reaction to it. So far, whatever. You know what I mean? So you could have looked at that news and thought, oh my goodness, initiates 24,000 Bitcoin mining computers. How could it possibly drop from here? And well, look, the chart is telling you what the news is, or the reaction to the news. Now, this might be, as Ija would say, a short-term reaction to this, but nonetheless, if you're sort of intraday trading, that's what we look at. Also, I mean, we're talking about the fall of 2023. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's 2 years from now. Okay. So, I mean, it's very possible what happened is that all people saw was 24,000 Bitcoin mining computers. And then they didn't even read 2023. Then they read 2023, go, oh, okay, well, whatever. 2 years from now is like an eternity in that world. So, again, not dumping on on it, but I think you're right, Real. I seem to remember KALV having a reverse split at some point. All right, let's take a look at BlackBerry. You guys have been talking about it. Let's see if it's been accepted as another the meme stock. Maybe. But there is news. Yeah, there was news. Actually, Kramer. KramersTheStreet.com names stock as new long, so not technically a meme stock, though the memers may have a hold of it now. It's unbelievable. Right now, nope. It has to. It would have to break 285. Okay. Keep typing in the wrong one. See, right over here, that high right there would stop me from taking it right now as a swing trade. But if it broke through that high, 285, I got an alert set just over 3, I think. Yeah, I mean, then look at the room. Not that I am going to swing, but it would definitely, because it is, I don't even know what they do. It almost seems like this is a SPAC. Doesn't look like they do anything other than, it looks like they're trying to acquire companies. So I don't even know what they do other than that. Now I know it says on the 5th launches UK market. Plans to launch distribution of its product in the United Kingdom. So, looking at this profile, you have no idea what product they've got. But anyway, the bottom line is, unless it took out 285, I wouldn't be interested. All right, guys, today is Tuesday, so you know what that is. It is leaf blowing day, but plus it's also marketing meeting day. Tilray. Here we go. So here's your marijuana, cannabis news, Tilray, CGC, etc. Okay, there's almost a red bar ignored for PROG. PROG. On the 15-minute chart, let's take a look at it a little more closely. So let's see what the high here is. 314. Yeah, so it's not technically a red bar ignored because that red bar is not totally engulfed by the previous green candle. It's close. So you have a little uptrend and then you have the pause and maybe, but again, I look at this and I think, is it going to get through 315 easily? 315, 320 easily. Define patience, Ija. Are we talking months, years, decades? Okay, Bob. That's what I thought. I looked at that chart. I can't see how it could be 250. Even with Reels analysis and looking at the, but you look over 200 days. But anyway, you know what? It doesn't matter. I don't care until it breaks 285. So is that 2015? The ninth month of 2015. I'm pulling your leg a bit. Yeah, Thomas, and that's a few days ago. I think that was October 5th. So, but don't, I mean, listen, I mean, this, we can't forget about this one tomorrow. I mean, just look at the volume 119 million shares, 6.5 million in the float. I mean, look at that daily volume bar compared to the rest of them. The volume has been, it's tapered off a little bit here, but I mean, it's been, pretty steady all day. All right, guys, I think, what time is it? 1:56. I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll be in a marketing meeting, as say, at around 2. So I'm just going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, long meeting. Long meeting just in time for me to wrap this room up. Let's see. I'd be watching the MGTX. I'd be watching it to see if it takes out 20 again. It's had a nice little run. Okay, a lot of bottoming tails on the 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart. Nice little base here around 1950. And it is just sort of running a little bit. See if it takes out 20 again. Could be an interesting swing. You know, I mean, I think there's some resistance around that 22 mark, 2177. But, you know, keep an eye on it if it takes out 20 again. But, you know what? If it doesn't take out 20, there's no rush. So, yeah, Jado, no, we're talking about the SEC was going to be allowing the first ETF for crypto. So that's what happened, BITO. Okay, it's not a matter of regulating it, but this is the first crypto for on the big board. I mean, GBTC was there before, I guess, as you know, I suppose the proxy for it, but BITO started trading today. And this again, ETF for, I don't know how closely, I mean, obviously it doesn't track, it's not the price of Bitcoin, but I guess it's, I don't know exactly, I don't know what makes it up. I'll be honest. I have no idea what exactly makes it up. Obviously Bitcoin's up in the 63,000 mark, so I don't know exactly what makes it up. Meanwhile, man, that AVIR, it's stuck. Surprising me, it is just stuck. Look at this on the 15-minute chart. I mean, you know, that if I stretch it out a bit, I'd see a little more activity, but really not that much. You can get the same setup as me. Yeah, I'm sharing my layout, Jason. Let's talk about that just before I do take off. So on my home page, but I'm sharing a lot of other scans too. So it's not just my layout, but so if you click on my homepage link that I put in there, and this is for other people also in the main trading room. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So, okay, you can sign up for the trade of the week. That's free. Stock of the day video that I do, that's free. All the education right here, that is free. And then right here, Jason, click here. This is my layout. Looks very much like what you're seeing. And then individual scans that I am sharing. Okay, so bottom line, your question is, if you sign up, yes, you can have my layout, plus a lot of other scans that I prepared. Okay, well then you can just save my link, okay? And if you decide, save my link, and then you can always download my layout and other scans and save everything to the cloud. You're on the test drive, save everything to the cloud, because if at a later date you decide you want to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email that you use for the test drive, everything that you saved now will be available to you. Okay? Just make sure you save everything to the cloud and use the same. And again, whether you sign up next week or next month or next year, it's all there for you as long as you save it to the cloud. All right, guys, so I do apologize. That marketing meeting did go on for quite a while. So I'm going to shut the room down now. We'll open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Let me just get my script together. But as always, I mean, if there are some questions, I will stick around. You too, Zach. And goods. Yeah, I don't know. There's going to be a promo code coming soon. Probably what day is it tomorrow? Wednesday or Thursday. There will be a promo code. Um, will it last all the way to Black Thursday? No, no. It'll go to the end of the month, and then your Thanksgiving is the last week in November. So there'll be a promo then. But no, it will not last all the way till then. How much is a stand? You know what, Jason? So, okay, you will be given, it'll be 25% off. Let me just show you how much it costs. Because I'm pretty sure the promo is going to be 25%. So, when you click on my link here, so obviously don't use this yet. Don't sign up yet because you'll have a promo code, which I'll have probably tomorrow. And so, on a monthly basis, there is standard. So you ask for a standard subscription. So on a monthly basis, it'll be $118. Now, you can apply the promo to the first month only. So it'll be 25% off that. And if going forward, you maintain this subscription, you'll pay $118, okay? But if you really decide that you like it a lot, and you decide to start the first month off standard, get that 25% off, and then within 30 days of taking out a subscription, you think, you know what, I want to upgrade to an annual. You can have the annual for $1068 minus that 25%. Okay, I don't have the promo code yet, so it gives you a chance. That would be my recommendation to anybody really starting off. Try us out for a month. If after the month you don't like it, well, you just unsubscribe, really. Yeah, so we never have anything higher than 25, so I'm just waiting. I may have the promo code for tomorrow. All right, everybody. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll shut the room down. We had an exciting, talk about some exciting moves today. Well, we find exciting moves every day, so I shouldn't be surprised. Good, so your birthday. Happy birthday. Shouldn't be working on your birthday. Though you can't call this work. Being in this room. All right, everybody. So again, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.